आप जो कल गए थे तो अंजू की दुकान खुली नहीं थी? मुझे बाद में खुली हुई।
बाद में बोले, वो कह रहा था मैं शादी में हूँ,
अच्छा।
बाद में लड़का आएगा।
हाँ नहीं, शाम को आप कह रहे हो नहीं खुली है।
शाम को तो खुली होगी।
हम्म।
અવાજ આવતો નથી. I can't hear.
It's an honor to stand before you today as we embark on a journey of exploration into the intricate interplay between the spiritual concept of karma and its implication on our physical and mental well being. In a world where the pursuit of health and happiness is paramount, delving into the ancient wisdom of karma offers us a unique perspective, one that transcends the boundaries of conventional medicine and delves into the depth of human soul.
Researching karma presents challenges due to its complex nature and diverse cultural, religious, and philosophical interpretations. The difficulties include navigating cultural and religious diversity, addressing subjectivity and belief systems, defining karma amidst diverse interpretations, and quantifying its cause and effect dynamics.
Throughout history, sages and scholars alike have contemplated the intricate web of cause and effect that governs our existence. From the ancient scriptures to modern scientific inquiry, the concept of karma has fascinated and intrigued seekers of truth across cultures and civilizations.
And now, here in this workshop, we have the privilege to delve deeper into this timeless wisdom, to explore its relevance into our lives today, and to uncover its potential to transform our understanding of health and healing. This workshop will enlighten the potential implications of karma on lifestyle choices, stress management, and overall health practices. Let us embark on this journey together with enthusiasm, curiosity, and a deep sense of purpose.
I am blessed and honored to call upon Maharaj Sahib Nandi Ghosh Sureshwar Ji for the blessings from His Holiness.
I am starting Mangalasana. Namo Namo Adentanam No Siddhanam No Adyanam No Jhayanam Namo Noe Savasana Supanapano Sabba Pavana Samgalam Sarasnam Harimangalam Aswadedva Sambanayam Diviswana Vidnayo Namamidam Vishpatane Vatam Vatam and Vatam and Divanam Angujayam to say Abdinam Sri Guru Gautam Sani Vanti Bhadratanam Yasavidanam Mano Visarajingan Jivakta Savali Vistanvanam Aruna Kamasta Gautamaya Samme Vani Jivanasami Devi Dakhalaya Vindiga God is our Samina Saravatte Change Chintamani Kalpasakini Visuddha Saddam Samadhi Salini Dayal Navayal Siddhayini Sakam Namo Namaste Suraya Namo Namaste Suraya Namo Namaste Suraya Arhadvaktatta Sutam Ganadharjitam Rajasangam Vitanam Chitram Bhavata Yuktam Muniganam Savai Daritam Bhati Madhya Moksha Gradvara Bhutam Ratacharanaphalam Deya Bhava Pradipam Bhaktya Nityam Tapadye Sutamamakilam Sarvalokaita Saram. I bow and salute last Tirthankar Subhankar Mahavir Swami, first Ganadhar Sri Gautam Swami, and fifth Ganadhar Ajay Sudhara Swami, who are the main source of Dwaj. This Dwaj is the main reliable and trustworthy source of knowledge. We are doing scientific and practical research on the basis of this agamas. Omniscient Tirthankaras have complete knowledge regarding all soul, time, space, and matter. But he can't say all the phases at a time. So the knowledge presented in this agamas is partial and relative truth, as they are omniscience. They have no necessity of lab or any other research tool. There are so many subjects or branches of knowledge like physics, chemistry, biology, acoustic science, solar science, cosmology, Karma. Since last year, Sumandi Vidyapith University has started the Department of Jain Philosophy and Research, and at present there are 3 students for PhD in Jainism, namely ACP Pannavin Momaya, Dr. Sunil Shah, and one from Pune. Last year, Sumandi Vidyapith published an excellent Jain monograph in the form of Jain Law versus Modern Universe, written by Dr. Jivraj Jain and me. The Karma philosophy is too much minutely discussed in Jain Agamas and other Jain literature. Today, the theme of this conference is Jain Karma philosophy and health. And health is directly connected prevention from the various types of diseases. Even though most of people are affected with diseases. So, today I will present various karmas related to various diseases. Last but not least, Dr. Mansukh Bhai, Dr. Dixit Bhai, Dr. Gujash Bhai, Dr. Harsad Bhai Shah, Chancellor, Rajesh Bhai P. Bhalne, Vice Chancellor, Dr. Chandramani More, Registrar, Dr. G.V. Shah, Director General, and all members of Academic Council who honored me as Doctor of Literature and offered me the opportunity and ready provide all facility for scientific research. I also thankful to Chief Guest and Dr. Narendra Bhandari, Dr. Bipin Bhai Doshi, Dr. Puniraj Mehta, Dr. Ashish Shah, the member of Department of Jain Philosophy and Research. I bless all of them. Jainam Jayati Sasanam. सबको मेरा आशीर्वाद है. I can't hear.
Beginning with the first session on theory of karma and its effect on health, I would like to welcome and invite the chairperson, Dr. Jivraj Jain, and the moderator, Dr. Ghanshyam Sir Parmar. Thank you, sir. I would like to welcome and invite Dr. Pratap Sancheti, sir, to give us his words on the session of theory of karma and its effect on health. I'll hand the mic to the chairperson for the conduction of the first session.
Writing pen. Good morning to everybody. We are starting a bit late, but we will try to finish it in time. First of all, without wasting any other time, I will invite the first speakers. That is, this is. We had only Dr. Nandighosh Suriji. He has given his blessings to this seminar. Now to start with, we are starting with Dr. Pratap Sancheti, the first speaker, and Dr. Narendra Bhandari to please give their presentations.
I request to Nandighosh Maharaj ji, please present your view.
Yes. Kindly share my PPT.
Yes, sir. Sir, it is already shared. You can start, sir.
Here I cannot see PPT. Okay, I am starting. Slide number 3. ख्याता पंचमति सुता उदिमन कैवल्य पुत्र प्रभ तन्मध्ये सुतनंदनो भगवता संस्थापित श्रीपदे अंगोपांग वितस्त पुस्तक गजा चारो हलप्रोदय सिद्धांताभिज भूपते गणधरा माच्य स्थिरम नंदता। यहाँ पर इस श्लोक में सूत्रज्ञान की स्तुति की गई है रूपक अलंकार द्वारा। मति ज्ञान, सूत्रज्ञान, उदिज्ञान, मनुपद ज्ञान और क्यों ज्ञान 5 ज्ञान स्वरूप पुत्र प्रत्येक तीर्थंकर को होते हैं। उनमें से केवज्ञानी तीर्थंकर परमात्मा ने श्रुतज्ञान रूपी जो पुत्र है उसको अपनी गद्दी पर स्थापन किया है। अंक और उपांक के सहित पुस्तक स्वर भाटी पर विराजमान और जिसका भाग्योदय हुआ है ऐसे सिद्धांत नाम के राजा, जिसके गणधर भगवंत अमात्य यानी के मंत्री हैं, ऐसा सुतज्ञान रूपी पुत्र सिद्धांत रूपी राजा चिरकाल के लिए आनंद पाम जय पाम। नेक्स्ट, here the blessings of Sasana Sampradaya Acharya Sri Namasurji Maharaj. His Holiness Acharya Sri Nandan Surji Maharaj and His Holiness Acharya Sri Surji Surji Maharaj, who is my Guru. Next, slide number 5. 8 karmas and diseases. 8 प्रकार के कर्म और रोग। कर्म के 8 प्रकार बताए हैं, किंतु इन सब में वेदीय कर्म बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। वेदीय कर्म के सिर्फ 2 प्रकार हैं, साता वेदीय कर्म और असता वेदीय। साता वेदीय कर्म से जीव को सुख प्राप्त होता है और असता वेदीय कर्म से जीव को दुख प्राप्त होता है। नेक्स्ट, कर्म के सामान्यतः 8 प्रकार हैं। ज्ञानावरणीय कर्म, दर्शनावरणीय, वेदीय, मौनीय, आयुष्य, नाम, गुप्त और अंत। 8 कर्म के विभिन्न 120 और 158 प्रकार बताए गए हैं। उसमें से कौन से कर्म के कारण रोग हुआ है इसका चिंतन सामान्य तौर पर ऐसा कहा जाता है कि जितने प्रकार के अशुभ कर्म हैं उसमें पाप कर्म के 82 प्रकार बताए गए हैं, उतने ही प्रकार का असत्य विद्या कर्म भी होना चाहिए। दुख का कारण अशुभ कर्म ही है और 8 कर्म में से जो अशुभ कर्म है वह सब दुख का कारण है। भिन्न भिन्न प्रकार के रोग भी उसी कर्म से उत्पन्न होते हैं जो दुख पैदा करते हैं। तो इसका चिंतन करना आवश्यक है। नेक्स्ट, किसी भी प्रकार के रोग भी दुख का कारण होता है, अतः असाता विद्य कर्म और सभी प्रकार के रोग एक दूसरे के साथ संलग्न होते हैं। इस प्रकार विभिन्न प्रकार के रोग के कारण स्वरूप अशुभ कर्म अर्थात ज्ञानावलीय, दर्शनावलीय, मोहनीय नाम और अंतरायी कर्म प्रत्यक्ष रूप से असाता विद्य कर्म के साथ संबंध रखते हैं। इसी प्रकार अशुभ कर्म और असाता विद्य कर्म दोनों एक साथ जुड़े हुए हैं। नेक्स्ट, कसाय मोहनीय कर्म के मूल 4 प्रकार हैं। क्रोध, मान, माया, लोभ, जिसे जैन परिभाषा में घाटी कर्म कहते हैं। ये 4 प्रकार के कसाय रोग के कारण हो सकते हैं और इन 4 प्रकार के कसाय की तीव्रता के अनुसार उसमें उसके रोग की तीव्रता होती है। क्रोध के कारण तनाव जैसे मानसिक रोग होने की संभावना है। ठीक उसी तरह मान, माया, लोभ के कारण विपाक कर्म का आगमन होता है। उसी पाप कर्म के कारण विभिन्न रोग हो सकते हैं, किंतु रोग आदि की तीव्रता का निर्णय उसकी क्रोध, मान, माया और लोभ की तीव्रता के अनुसार होता है। नेक्स्ट, साथ साथ कर्म बंध के समय उसी आत्मा के अध्यवसाय, क्रोध आदि कसाय की तीव्रता इत्यादि के अनुसार उसी कर्म की स्थिति व तीव्रता निश्चित होती है। उसके प्रकार 4 बताए गए हैं: सुष्ट कर्म, बद्ध कर्म, निदत्त कर्म और निकातिक। तो इस प्रकार तीव्रता के कारण इसी 4 प्रकार के कसाय की तीव्रता हो सकती है। उसी के अनुसार रोग की तीव्रता का अनुभव होता है। उसी के अनुसार अपने कर्म से उत्पन्न होने वाले रोग की चिकित्सा प्राप्त होगी या नहीं होगी, और उसी चिकित्सा द्वारा रोग दूर होगा या नहीं होगा वह भी निश्चित होता है। सबसे कम तीव्रता वाले जो कसाय हैं उसको संजलन कसाय बोलते हैं। उससे ज्यादा तीव्रता वाले कसाय होते हैं उसको अप्रत्यक्ष कसाय बोलते हैं, और उससे ज्यादा तीव्रता वाले कसाय होते हैं उसको प्रत्याख्यान कसाय बोलते हैं, और सबसे ज्यादा तीव्रता वाले जो कसाय होते हैं उसका अनंतानुबंधी कसाय बोलते हैं। जहाँ पर अनंतानुबंधी कसाय का उदय होता है उसी समय जो कर्म बंध होता है वो निकासित कर्म बंध होता है। नेक्स्ट, यदि निकासित कर्म होगा तो रोग दूर होने की संभावना नहीं होती। यदि प्रथम के 3 प्रकार का कर्म होता है तो चिकित्सा प्राप्त होगी और उसी से रोग दूर होकर स्वस्थता प्राप्त होगी। इस प्रकार इस विषय में जैन कर्म फिलोसॉफी में गहरा चिंतन किया गया है। अब 5 कर्म के द्वारा कौन से रोग होते हैं इसकी बात करते हैं। मतित ज्ञानावली कर्म के 5 प्रकार हैं। उसमें से मतित ज्ञानावली कर्म और सुत ज्ञानावली कर्म के कारण मनुष्य को मंद बुद्धि, कम याद शक्ति, अल्जाइमर, एपिलेप्सी, विस्मरण आदि अनेक प्रकार की बीमारियां हो सकती हैं। सुतक ज्ञानावली कर्म के कारण अक्सर ज्ञान में और पढ़ने में दिक्कत होती है। तो इस प्रकार मतित ज्ञानावली कर्म और सुतक ज्ञानावली कर्म से भी ज्ञान संबंधित न्यूरोलॉजिकल डिसऑर्डर होने की संभावना है। इसके बाद दर्शनावली कर्म आता है। दर्शनावली कर्म 9 प्रकार के हैं। उसमें से चक्षु दर्शनावली कर्म के कारण आंख संबंधित रोग होते हैं। यह कर्म ज्यादा तीव्र हो तो शायद व्यक्ति को अंध या प्रज्ञाचक्षु अर्थात प्रज्ञाचक्षु भी हो सकता है। इसी कर्म के कारण देखने में दिक्कत, आंखों की रोशनी कम हो सकती है, या रतांधरत्व अर्थात रात्रि को देखने में दिक्कत रंग अर्थात वर्ण की परख न हो सके, कलर ड्राइनेस आती है। आंखों के संबंधित ज्यादा नंबर हो सकते हैं। 40 साल के बाद चक्षु रसायन कर्मों के कारण दृष्टि का दिखाई नहीं होता। 60 साल के बाद शायद चक्षु ज्ञानादि कर्म का उदय होने पर मुझे कैटरेक्ट हो सकता है। किसी को चक्षु दर्शनावली कर्म के कारण यह बीमारी बचपन में भी हो सकती है। इसी प्रकार चक्षु संबंधी जो रोग है उसमें दर्शनावली कर्म चक्षु दर्शनावली कर्म कारण स्वरूप है। नेक्स्ट, हर चक्षु दर्शनावली कर्म भिन्न भिन्न प्रकार के होते हैं। इसकी वजह से सुनने में दिक्कत, स्वाद व गंध की परख में बाधा हो सकती है, स्पर्श की शक्ति कम होना या पैरालिसिस लकवा की स्थिति पैदा हो सकती है। तो इस प्रकार अचक्षु दर्शन कर्मों के कारण भी इस प्रकार के रोग हो सकते हैं। नेक्स्ट, नाम कर्म के विभिन्न प्रकार हैं। 65 माने 65 प्रकार, 93 अर्थात 93 प्रकार और 103 प्रकार बताए गए हैं। उसमें से कुछ शुभ है और कुछ अशुभ है। अशुभ कर्म के कारण दुख पैदा होता है और शायद ऐसे अशुभ कर्म के कारण रोग भी पैदा हो सकता है। अशुभ बंधन, संघाटन, संगायन, वर्ण, गंध, रस, स्पर्श, पराघात नाम कर्म, उपघात नाम कर्म, अस्थिर नाम कर्म, अशुभ नाम कर्म, दुर्भग नाम कर्म, दुष्कर नाम कर्म इत्यादि के कारण विभिन्न रोग हो सकते हैं। नेक्स्ट, अंत में अंतराय कर्म के 5 प्रकार बताए गए हैं। उसमें दानांतराय कर्म और लाभांतराय कर्म, भोगांतराय कर्म, उपभोगांतराय कर्म और विजयांतराय कर्म। इन 5 अंतराय कर्म में से भोगांतराय कर्म और उपभोगांतराय कर्म के कारण कुछ रोग पैदा हो सकते हैं। तो उसी वजह से हमें खाने पीने की दिक्कत होती है, खान पान में दिक्कत होती है। मिष्टान होने पर भी हम रोग के कारण खा नहीं सकते यदि डायबिटीज होता है। इसी तरह कोलेस्ट्रॉल के कारण घी दूध भी हम नहीं दे सकते हैं, मिष्टान पकवान भी नहीं दे सकते हैं। तो इसी प्रकार भोगांतराय और उपभोगांतराय कर्म के कारण इसी प्रकार के रोग होने की संभावना होती है। इन जो कर्म के कारण जो रोग होते हैं तो उस रोग से मुक्त होने के लिए जीव को अभयदान देना माने कंपेरिजन is the most important tool to free from any type of diseases। तो इस तरह किसी भी प्रकार के रोग से मुक्त होने का एक ही उपाय है और वो है अभयदान, जीव रक्षा, जीव दया का पालन करना, अभयदान देना। तो उसी प्रकार अभयदान से हम सब प्रकार के रोग से मुक्त हो सकते हैं। तो इस प्रकार कर्म और रोग एक दूसरे के साथ संबंध रखते हैं और उसी से क्योर होने के उपाय भी जैन फिलोसफी में बताए गए हैं। थैंक यू वेरी मच टू ऑल ऑफ यू।
Thank you, Maharaj sir. Now I request to chairperson to share his view on the presentation.
I think we will, at the end, we will sum up. Because we don't have much time, so we will sum up at the end of the session. So please, we continue with the next.
Now I request to Dr. Pratap Sancheti sir to introduction and scope of the theme.
Respected chairpersons and friends, it's a privilege to be here and be part of this conference as chairpersons of the scientific committee. I have contacted most of you in the beginning. I welcome you all to discuss such an important topic, which has got expertise as well as the layperson's appreciation with marked divergence. The aim of the conference, which is a conglomeration of the philosophy and the science, has got the two folds. One, theories of the karma we will be discussing. And second thing, what is the effect on the holistic health? So, no, just I'll do that. So, the theories of the karmas, if you know, and all we are conversant with that one, it's a pathway between the two, between our deeds and the results. And the science, philosophy often discusses about the cause genesis and the effects which are going to be there. Volume. Yeah. Our aim will be to fill up the deficiencies between the philosophy and the science. That's the main aim. And the second is, what is the effect on the health, be it physical, mental, or the spiritual? While conventional or the people in general, particularly the young colleagues who are standing right on the sides, they are more interested in the physical and the mental. So we have to address to them so that with the logic, we can explain the theories of the karma given to us by the philosophy. Doctrine of the karma, I am not going to discuss. You all will be having a little later. While philosophy can answer why they do it and how they do it. But science is in a still budding stage to tell us how the process, what is the process on which it is being done. That's the what, and this is the what is being believed by most of the current generation. And short and long term of the karma on the holistic health is of the great interest, not only to the science, but to the general public. To take us a consideration for the general public, they are very passionate about the material world, we all know, and we cannot take it out. But good points that they are motivated to be healthy. So if you can combine the two, then definitely they will go into the karma's theory and karma's effects and other things. But they are looking for simple and the practical solution and not the complicated one which we talk. They are not able to differentiate between the good and the bad karmas, because these good and bad karmas, are they hypothetical differentiation or are they real differentiations? Do they change with the environment, to the geological, cultural, and the person's own knowledge? So good and bad karmas, a good karma for you may be bad karma for me, and the vice versa. So how to project to practice the positive karma? That is some of the unanswered questions. What is the necessity of the karmic cycle? Why the nature has created this karmic cycle? And we have put into the volume. So why we have put into the cycle of we have put into the cycle of the life and death. Why this is we are going into again and again. Even the Vedic says the cycle goes on, goes and goes on, and at it goes into and it blasts everywhere. Does subhuman, are they also victim and the beneficiaries of the karmas? That's another question. The people who are without mind, do they have the, in fact, in science, we don't believe that the subhumans or the unicellular organisms, plant, they don't have got the karmas, mind. So, the criteria for classifying karma into good gati and the agati, it's again, is it a hypothetical, as I told in the last slide? karmic load, are they different or the same if the karma is done knowingly and unknowingly or because of the ignorance? Are liberated and the worldly souls, are they work in the unison or they all are individuals one? That's the question which I will be putting up to the philosophers in this one. And what is the journey of the subatomic karmic particles in the nature? Are they fixed? Are they bound? Do they reduce in the number? Or we just say hypothetically they are infinite? That's not the answer. No one is going to accept that question. Then last my one is that a good emotion has been given to us by the nature. But how this love has been transferred to the lust, how the pleasure has been turned into the sadism, that is it acquired or it is given to us by the nature?
Can't hear. I can't hear. Kindly unmute. Zoom meeting. Great.
Constant and maintaining the time limit. Already answered in the previous lecture. Coming to the brain, it's a fantastic organ given. I'm just touching the next session. The fantastic organ which has been given, it has got more than 100 trillions neurons, 100 billions neurons. And each neuron has got 10,000 to 15,000 connections. So you can see the number of the things which has been given to us, which cannot be fit in a computer which is there on my backside. It cannot be fit into. It has been said that if man has to make a computer akin to the human brain, then it will require a Empire State Building or the UNO building. That size of the building will be there to traverse the computer. But so it is not possible for us. So if you look into this one, with continuous, and it is working continuous clockwise, it is 24 into 7, 365 days. But if you look into this one, it is self-correcting, interacting. So it has a beautiful thing that has been given, and the science has discovered a lot of it. But what about important is that we convert our mind into this model? Mind which is there, is it there in this? I have personally believe that from non-organic material or from the energy source to the universe, we all are in a continuum. Be it a external world which is there right now, or sensory organs, body, brain, mind, and the soul, we all are in the one continuum of the different grades. And they are not working in isolation. Tomorrow I'll be talking more on the mind. Look into this slide, which is the little busy slide. But if you look into on the right, this one left side, that the molecules which are there all over the world, 10 raised to 13, in the brain, it has come to the 10 raised to 1. It has been condensed into. So basically, the nature works on the economy, efficiency, and the answerability. That is the basic. So the brain has been converted, and mind may be even 10 raised to -5. This is the most important slide of my presentation, perhaps the last but one. Look into the amount of the job which has been given to the mind or the brain. 2/3 has been given to the philosophy or the darshan. So you are more employed, or you are more characterized by the darshan and not by the action and the sensations, which is occupying only 1/3. What we are doing it wrongly or unknowingly, that we are concentrating more on the actions, the physical actions, my speech, my hands, my legs. I am working, concentrating more. Ahimsa nahi honi chahiye, but ahimsa is still in the darshan portion of the brain. That is where the main important will be, and you should consider that one, that the darshan or the philosophy which is occupying the 2/3 of our brain material will be the main concern to us, whether, so the physical hinsa is important, but not the key to the whole thing. So the karma makes impact, physical and mental, but presence of the brain is not only in the skull, it is there in the other organs of the body. Even yesterday I was listening to someone that gut, our gut which is there, it is full of the bacteria for the living organisms, and it has got the main area, and neurologically it has got the number of the neurons which are much more, even sometimes at places more than the cerebellum. And if it goes into that one, then a gut brain is a separate brain. Heart brain is a separate brain. And in that way, there are many organs which are with the brain. So the brain or the hinsa is not only that one, it can occur at any other places. So I just summarized to that one. Karma begins with the sensations. The process of karma begins with the sensations, progress to reasoning, which is there in our mind. It goes into the, and this reaction begins reactions begins here, again in the mind, and goes into my hand or my speech. That's how the process of the whole karmic cycle in the scientific way carries on. But the science has got the limitation. The theory to become the law, like the philosophy has become the law or the doctrines, because we are taking the small sample studies with the bias things, we are conducting the research, and we are not very theoretically or practically, we are not very sound in the knowledge in that one. That's why science has got the limitation to explain the karma right now. But perhaps with such conferences, we may be able to get few. So to conclude, wisdom of philosophy without logic will turn into the rituals, which is there happening right now. Scientific logic without philosophy is going to go into the incorrect perception. That is also going into right now. And our job is to amalgamate both. In nature, as I said, everything is in balance. Be it the smallest particle, which may be non-living also, to the living particles, and to the human, and the beyond that one. The karmas and the consciousness exists at all the cells and all the organs, maybe of a different degree, which is there in my mind, may not be there in my skin cuticles. Highest center in the brain is in the hypothalamo-pineal pituitary axis. That is where the reptilian brain is being suppressed. And from that, the neocortex, the new brain, controls everything in the mind, in the body, and in the perhaps in the world. Each person is bestowed with the good and bad traits. So don't be say that I am the better and he is the worst. No. And aim of the religion is to stimulate good and inhibit the bad. Thank you very much for the listening. And I say I wish all the good in the conference and see something good comes out.
Thank you, sir. Now, now I request to Dr. Jitendra Lakhani for his talk on biochemical changes and karmas. Please, sir.
Hello.
Good morning, Chairman Sir. Good morning, moderator, Dr. Kansham Bhai, and good morning to the august audience. So what I am being told to speak on theory of karma and its effect on health, especially in relation to biochemical changes. So, say when we come to karma, as such, karma is an action. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So it's about karma. Say our Indian religion, they talk about next slide, please. So a patient of acute myocardial infarction would come and previous slide, and he would say that, why, sir, I have developed myocardial infarction? And what would be our answer? That's because that you ate improperly, or your coronaries were laden with cholesterol. You had a smoking habit. You have aggressive personality. Your diabetes, hypertension, all these things has accumulated. Your karma has led to the effect of myocardial infarction. In spiritual language, we would be saying that it's the karma, and it's the result of your karma that has led to myocardial infarction. So when we read the textbook of medicine, everywhere they talk about lifestyle medicine. which our ancient religion were talking about dincharya, how you sort of spend your whole of the day, that would affect on your health, that would affect on and that would sort of be cause for the disease. Next slide, please. So when we talk about biochemical reaction, as sir was trying to say, that our brain is the master organ. Our GIT has sort of lot of receptors, which we start, each cell, in fact, has a sensation. It also, each cell is our brain. So, say when we talk about the biochemical effect, the cells may be affected because of the various karma which we would be doing. And that biochemical effect might be, suppose somebody is taking alcohol. A person who has been taking alcohol would develop Lennox cirrhosis. And ultimately he would die. Why he would die? Because, say, alcohol might lead to toxic substance which would damage the liver, it would lead to inflammation. And then because that liver is not being able to detoxify, the urea ammonia cycle would not be resulted, the ammonia would be accumulated, ammonia level would have effect on the brain, and the patient would develop hepatic encephalopathy and he would die. So the biochemical changes which has resulted because of his karma, because he was taking alcohol. So we talk about smoking related disorders. As for example, now the cancer is also told, or it has been opined as a type of lifestyle disorder. Somebody would smoke, and that smoking would lead to bronchogenic carcinoma, a type of squamous cell carcinoma. Now, see, the smoke has 300 chemicals, out of which 70 is been said to have carcinogenic effect. Now, all these things might lead to effect, and the person would develop bronchogenic carcinoma. We talk about COPD. We talk about emphysema. Patients not being able to breathe properly. They would be in a tripod position. They would not be able to, they would have first sleep breathing, and they would have hypoxemia. Why? It is because that they have smoked. It's one of the most important issues. That is the karma. And this smoking would try to sort of decrease, or it would try to diminish the level of antitrypsinogen or antitrypsin, proteolytic enzymes. And that's how the proteolytic enzyme would be working on the alveolus, and the fibrous septa would get destroyed, and a person would develop emphysema. So your smoking habit, a karma, has led to bronchogenic carcinoma or COPD or emphysema. Next slide, please. Previous slide. Okay. So what our religious talk about? Next one. Next one. Say basically, I think Sancheti Saab was little said that we should not sort of say it's a ritual, but some of the ritual has laid in such a way that that would be helpful to us. So, say not to eat non-vegetarian food. Now that has been said in our religion. Now, say suppose if somebody eats non-vegetarian, what it might result? It might result into hypercholesterolemia. The animal also would have hormones, so the effect of the hormone would be there on a person who consumes it. There are autoimmune disorders which might result because of taking the animal food. So we have a sort of ritual of Choviyar. Now, suppose if we go for research, there is lot many things which has been talked about chrononutrition. And chrononutrition has a scientific basis. So we are trying to ignore that. But the drugs also has been working on a circadian rhythm. Hypertension, our hormones. So they are secreted in early morning. There are certain diseases like cerebrovascular accident. They would come up in morning hours. Myocardial infarction, they would come up in morning hours. Why they would come up in morning hours? Because the hormone concentration is being more. So taking food at a particular time, maybe that is a ritual, but then that might have a scientific basis. So let us try and find out what is the scientific basis behind that. And then, see, one of the best part of Jain philosophy, what I'm trying to find out is about fasting. So in fact, if you go into literature of nutrition, intermittent fasting is something which has been described by various say scientific journal, and it has become a part and parcel of management of diabetes, part and parcel of management of obesity. And all scientific journals, they would be talking about this intermittent fasting. Now, talking about fasting was there in our Ayurveda. They were there incorporated, in fact, feast and fasting. Say we on our sort of good days or festival days, we fast. What is our purpose? Our purpose is that we give sort of we detoxify ourselves. So in fact, intermittent fasting has various good effects. And because that we have sort of done research on it, we know about it, and we have tried to learn about intermittent fasting. Next slide, please. In fact, see what Jain philosophy says about is the all type of fasting. So we have prolonged fasting, we have periodic fasting. Periodic fasting means the fasting which would be there for 9 days, or say for 1 month, or for 1 day. Now this is a period for which the fasting would occur. When we talk, next slide, please. When we talk about intermittent fasting, is that the person would be eating for 8 hours, and then the person would be fasting for 16 hours. Now, during that 16 hours, when the person is not been taking food, maybe the hormonal milieu, the metabolic factory, that would change. And that is something which is being needed. It is needed for obesity. It is needed for hormone to play. It is needed for decreasing the insulin resistance. So this is something which is part of our philosophy. So this is the part, say that the 8 hour would be the eating time, while the 16 hour would be the fasting hour. See, there are fasting with special diet. So Ambil, what we are trying to do, they have a special diet. Now this special diet also has the basis where we take only a type of boiled grains. So of course the calorie restriction would be there, but with that, this special diet also would have a positive effect. Next slide, please. And then when we are trying to talk about intermittent fasting, generally in Western world, whatever the intermittent fasting which they are trying to advocate, they are for the purpose of something to gain. And I don't know, their mind would always be starving for it. While, say, whenever we are doing religion fasting, say, our brain has been sort of, it's been sort of primed in such a way that craving, say, maybe the craving might occur for, but what I was being told by Ashish was that during our prolonged fasting, what happens is that for 2-3 days, that craving would be there. But then after 3 days or 4 days, that sort of craving also would go away. So it's the brain which would try to sort of, because that we are doing for a religious purpose, it has a better effect, because our cognition would be affected, our inner psyche would be affected, and that has a different purpose than just doing intermittent fasting. What has been one of the breakthrough sort of research, in fact, this we were knowing, the religion were knowing about it, that there is a good effect of fasting. But it was, say, a Japanese person. He got a Nobel Prize on physiology and medicine because he said about that it can be this fasting might sort of be one of the way by which we would be able to deal with cancer. Say, when the fasting would occur, the cancerous cells, apoptosis, the apoptotic cells, that could be taken up by the normal cells. And that's how the cancer cell could be destroyed. So this was one of the breakthrough sort of research, and people are working on it still. So what is being said is that it has role in immunity. It would have effect when we fast. That was one of the things which was being done in the past by Ayurveda, that infection could be cured. It's been said that whenever the person has been fasting, it would have effect on aging. So you would remain young. And say one of the dreaded thing which everybody has been facing, all the world, the Western world especially, and now we are seeing that the people have been suffering from dementia, Alzheimer's disease. Now that also could be prevented by fasting. Next slide, please. Now, this is something about the spiritual. And see, what has been said is that there are 4 types of karma. Now, the karma which are been accumulated, sanchit karma. Now, maybe, I don't know, we have to work upon this because our medicine does not say much about this type of thing. That whatever, see, what is being said is that whatever we have done, karma would have effect on the coming generations also, or we might try to sort of our rebirth might also would carry our karmas with us. Now, this is a sanchit karma. Of course, our main thing is that we should try and go away from the karmas. I don't know much about it. Maybe the Jain scholars might be able to tell us much better in this regards. Regarding prarabdha, see, we are having genes. So the effect of the genes would be there. But nowadays, what people have been trying to say, what Ghanshyam Bhai would be talking about, would be about epigenetic effect. Maybe we might have bad genes. I'm destined to become diabetic. I'm destined to become, say, obese. My parents are obese. That is their karma, which has led to obesity. But then what I would be trying to do is that okay, I know about that. I have genes. So my lifestyle, my dincharya should be such that I should not sort of, my epigenetic effect should be such that the abnormal gene does not express it out. That expression might come up at elderly age. So it may be that expression might come, but the expression would come at the age of, say, 50, rather than coming at 40 or coming at 30. Now we see young diabetics. Why? Because that epigenetic effect we are not trying to take into consideration. The future actionable karma, agami karma. See, your lifestyle of the present time. And the last thing is the kriyam, the present actionable karmas. So how we can sort of modify that? So that is regarding the risk factor modification. Next slide, please. So this is one of the story. So when we are trying to talk about karma, one of the best part of the Jain philosophy is that we are not trying to talk about karma in results with a physical thing. Our karmas are being related also mentally. If you think about harming a person, that if the thought comes up in your mind, that is also a type of karma. And that might try to induce a lot of biochemical changes. It might lead to more of the conflicts in the mind. And when we are trying to talk about conflicts, the conflicts might result into, say, disbalance between the good hormones and the type of aggressive hormones. So harmony has to be maintained. And for that harmony, I think, say, it's not only that physical action or physical karmas are important, mental karma, your thought process, that is also very, very important. Now, this is one of the story which has been said that there were 6 travelers and they were hungry and they wanted to sort of feed themselves. So they saw a mango tree and they wanted to sort of take the mangoes from this tree. So what they did was, say, out of 6, one of the travelers said that, okay, if you want to have mangoes, we uproot the wall of the tree and get the mangoes from it. While the best part of the positive person, the positive thinker, he said that whatever fruits which are being laid down by the trees, that let us try and take it. Now, there are shades. When we are trying to talk about thoughts also, see, we generally talk about positive and negative, but there could be a shade. Somebody would say that, oh, we try and pluck out the fruits from the branches. So I think this is something which has been very, very important, that we try and sort of have a positive thoughts, and that positive thoughts would have positive energy, positive biochemical milieu, and that would make us in a good health. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And the last thing which I feel, say, this is something which I came across. Say, normally medical field, I think Dr. Bipin Bhai and Dr. Sancheti, these are the people who started talking about that our religion has something, a good health effects. And now what I'm trying to see is that has been appearing in the scientific journal. Written by Dr. Kalra, Dr. Bharti Kalra and Dr. Sanjay Kalra. Now he writes about the pregnancy-related hyperglycemia and the child which is being born. They might be born with deformities, a large weight baby. It would have a large weight baby, and the karma which has been there. This is something which
Thank you, sir, for your you express your views on biochemical changes and various aspects. Now move to the next session. Now I request to the Miss Aarti express her view on genetic and epigenetic changes with the karma. Please.
Hello.
Jai Jinendra.
Hello.
Am I audible now? In the previous presentation, we have sir mentioned the word epigenetics. So I just want to focus, as we all, as all the Jain scholars are highly familiar with the term karma. But what is the role of karma? The title of my presentation is Karma and Epigenetics. This is the title, and the subtitle is Investigating the Role of Beliefs in Gene Expression and Health Outcomes. So before going to the subtitle, first we have to understand the karma and epigenetics. Today we generally talk about interesting stories of karma and to a professional sense about epigenetics. We'll now understand the mysterious connection between our beliefs, gene expression, and ultimately our health outcomes. So I just want to put a very interesting line. You can change your genes. If I want to explain the epigenetics to a simple person who don't know what is epigenetics, so in the simple terms, we can say that you can change your genes. But how can we change our genes? So answer will be the belief system. What we think, what are the emotions, whatever we are giving to our mind,
that will get registered in our cells, not just till this life. It can transfer to the next future life, along with our genes, what we are thinking, what is stored in our genes, what is stored in the memory of our cells, can also transmit it to also the next generations on the time of zygote formation. In an interesting twist, let us consider the rich society of Indian philosophy, where the concept is deeply woven and revolved around us through centuries. Karma and epigenetics. In the science says that everything is on the basis of genes. A person is completely determined on the basis of the expression of its genes, on the basis of its DNA sequencing. Similarly, in the Jain philosophy, what we say? We are the product of our karmas. What we did, we become like that. So both the terms are going on a parallel line. In the karma, in the Jain philosophy, we say that we are the product of the karmas. What we do, we become. In the general term, karma means yat kriyate tat karma. But in the broader sense, karma can change our destiny. Karma can make our destiny. In our previous scriptures, if we see how the concept of bhav parivartan, if everything is decided on the basis of genes, because DNA sequence is already decided on the time of zygote formation, and which can't be altered. एक बार DNA बन गया zygote formation के टाइम पे, फिर वो चेंज नहीं होगा. दूसरे साइड में साइंस ये भी बोलता है कि हमारी जो पर्सनालिटी है, that is all about our gene expression. अब gene, understand in this way, gene is a machine. Okay, there is something which turn on the machine, which will turn off the machine. This is epigenetics. Who will turn on the machine? Who will say to gene? Not audible. Okay, sure. Did you know that the ancient Indian scriptures, like the Bhagavad Gita, already explains about the profound impact of our actions on our destiny? I think we have definitely faced this situation in our lives, right? कि किसी का बुरा करने से अपने साथ बुरा होता है, and all the stuffs like this. Now, for example, the 8 karma, the 8 types of karma in Jainism, in all the sphere of life, in the entire world, in our entire life, there is nothing outside this karma. Each and everything in our karma. For example, we are meeting here, or we are understanding the knowledge, we are taking the knowledge, we are meeting to someone, we are getting a status, we are getting the prestige, whatever we are gaining it, or whatever we are doing it, it's all about the 8 types of karma. So similarly, we can say that in the science, the role of genes can be evaluated with the karma of Jain philosophy. Now, fast forward to contemporary science, and we find the emerging field of epigenetics. For many years earlier, like about 30 years ago, we believed that genes are immutable and unchanging. It was presumed that we are either saved or condemned by our genetic makeup. We know that biology's most sacred tenet, genetic determination, life is controlled by genes, is a flawed belief. Genes provide broad parameters for human dispositions, not the dispositions themselves. A cell's function is determined by its physical and energetic environment, not by its genes. Now, what is environment? Epigenetics is influenced by the environment. Now, what is environment? External environment. The things which we are doing, the emotions which we are thinking, the emotions which we are feeling, the actions which we are doing, the words which we are speaking. Environment, मतलब हम normally बोलते हैं जैसी संगत वैसी रंगत. The same thing with epigenetics. The environment which it gets, the cells, the type of environment the cells get, the cell will express themselves in that way. If they get positive environment, then cells resulted in the positive way, and if the cells get negative environment, if they get negative expression, if they get negative messages, then they will express in negative way. Genes provide broad parameters for during the past 20 years, a new science of epigenetics has emerged, as I mentioned earlier. For example, epigenetic word. Epi. What is the meaning of epi? Epi means over, outside of, outside, around the gene. It means in addition to the traditional theory of DNA sequencing. The science of single transduction studies the biochemical pathways by which cells respond to cues from the environment. Present in every cell of the human body is a universal pattern of intelligence called DNA. Recently, a research at Duke University shows that a kid who expressed violence in his early age, that student get the shorter genetic structures rather than the student or rather than the kid who get evolved in a non-violence environment. It means if a student is getting violence around his environment, so then its genetic structure gets shorter. And if a student or kid gets non-violent environment, then their genetic structure gets longer. So it can be, we can interpret in the simple language that if anyone is getting violent environment around themselves, then the life expectation get decreased. And if we are getting a non-violent environment around us, so our life expectancy get increased, and along with disease expectancy get reduced. So we can become more healthy and happier life. Our thought and emotions we experience sends a message which impacts each cell in our bodies and is registered in the memory of each cell. This cell memory imprints automatically and unconsciously and is later referred back to. Our beliefs alter our biology at every moment. When we are feeling angry, isolated, and tense, our DNA retracts into tight coils. When we feel uplifted and open, our DNA expands into graceful spirals. Our perception of the environment and resulting beliefs actually determine the expression of our genes and behavior. By adjusting our perceptions, we can adjust our behavior. I'm saying it again, by adjusting our perceptions, we can adjust our behavior. So it's all about my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Aarti. Now, session is open for question. If anyone have any question regarding this, you can ask. Okay, now move to the next session. The topic of the Dr. Shailesh Mehta is karma and its
Hello. Hello.
Well, till the technology is getting set up, let me use my time. And at the outset, I see the pure self within all of you, which is totally free of all the diseases, which is totally free from birth and death. And when I see that, I feel one with you. So having that in center point, we'll talk all around it in a relative parlance. So this is also one of the events. We pass through a lot of events or sequence of events from morning to evening. And I need something which keeps me healthy within while passing through all the events, maybe disturbances anywhere, maybe disturbances everywhere. So this is where our health comes into play. So I'll be talking more on a practical ground, which I myself is living my life. You all and we all are living from morning to evening, from birth to death, rather than more of a theoretical aspects. Yes, theory is required, but theory is born out of experiences or practical things. Then the theory or the theorem or the principle comes. So this is extra extra time provided to me. I'll take it in a positive way that this is the nature is giving me the extra time. And I, being the eye surgeon, because we are meeting for the first time, so we'll see from two eyes. Both eye as such sees differently, but the brain fuses them to see as one. So I start with my presentation that in one eye I see with a modern science perspectives. In the second eye I see with the Vitrag Vignan as depicted or laid down by our enlightened ones. And when with all of us sitting here, we have the intent that we fuse them as one. And I more than experience that they are not different. It is a spectrum of one continuous science. The second thing, science never tells that this is it. Science tells we are trying to learn and reach the ultimate truth. What we know today is not necessarily the end of the story. Because few years back, the science was knowing differently. Today, science is knowing differently. Future science will know differently. And then I am fine. I see as an opportunity to have the extra time with me. So I'm not disturbed. So it's fine. And I want everyone to learn the same thing that we will be passing through n number of situations. See, Corona pandemic came. Initially, we were disturbed that, oh, we are locked down in the houses and nothing to do. But those who were wiser ones used the time much productively. They went in, they used the times with their near and dear ones. They, people like Kumar Pal Bhai or Bipin Bhai, they spared the time to how the knowledge can be made reachable to most a large portion of the society. So everything and anything can be used positively. It's said that 9 out of 10 times the situations may not be in your hand. Ultimately, so many circumstantial evidences play a role to make one particular thing happen. Am I able to control or command all these scientific circumstantial evidence? No. But at the same time, 9 out of 10 times, I can control my response, how I look at the things. So it is not the situation which is really playing role for my health or ill health. It is my outlook of looking at the situation, my vision, because I'm again an eye doctor. So how you use your eyes, how you use your inner vision, which decides what is going to happen, good or bad. Well, till the things get started on the screen, in my presentation, I have first few minutes for the medical aspects of the things. The various speakers have said, yeah, okay, we are here now. Give me the pointer, slide mover. This, yeah, I have. No, but I have them. What's the problem? Then the system change. You put my USB driver there. Maru USB મૂકી દે. Put my USB over there.
Thank you, sir, for your excellent talk on the expression of your views.
I'll be open to. It's something which the time doesn't.
Thank you for chairing the session, sir. It's been a pleasure witnessing the exchange of ideas and the depth of engagement thus far. As we approach the midpoint of our workshop, I would like to invite you all to a brief intermission for a tea break. We'll assemble back in 15 minutes for the next session. The refreshments are present outside at the right side. Thank you.
and key research is happening in the scientific field that supports the topic of today. So you can follow my talk on the online with some of the highlight portions. And I'll start. So belief in karma exists in Hindu, Buddhist, Jain, and Confucius philosophies. Ancient medical science of India, Ayurveda, has associated karma with various doshas such as Pitta, Vata, and Kapha. And karma is primarily understood as the law of cause and effect. However, Eastern philosophies believe karma to be the existence of the world, life, and miseries, and even prescribe a way to reduce them. Popular phrases such as "it was his karma," "it was God's will," are common in medical conversations. Abrahamic religions, however, do not believe in karma, but believe in a God, the creator, who rewards, forgives, punishes, and whose followers only believe in one life. We find places of worship of different faiths in the hospital. Thus, medicine and karma have had a close relationship since antiquity. According to Athreya Punarvasu, the sage who articulated the oldest strata of the medical doctrine in Charak Samhita, there are three kinds of karma: the weak form, hin, which is overcome by individual action; the strong form overcomes individual actions; and then there's also a middle form called madhya. In a recent study, Harish Sharma and Robert Wallace show the following important connections of Ayurveda and epigenetics. Vata governs the motion, flow, and communication, including the flow of blood. Pitta regulates digestion, metabolism, and transformation, and Kapha governs the structure of the body. These three doshas make up the modification of genotype DNA that turns genes on and off, affecting gene expressions. Genotypes are responsible for producing phenotypes, which affect the individual development and behavior. External factors that cause epigenetic changes are lifestyle and behavior, diet and digestion, stress, and environmental factors, thereby affecting the day, prakriti, which correspond to the phenotype, indirectly affect the jana prakriti, which corresponds to the genotype. Karma in this essay will be defined as actions as understood in Bhagavad Gita, and the focus of this essay is to connect the actions of the medical caregivers and the patients. Not all consequences are the same for a similar action undertaken by two people. The difference in the results of the action is determined by the intent of the person doing the action, as well as the intent of the person to whom the action is directed, or we can say the karmic intent or bhav of the doer and the receiver. The intent or the bhav is the crucial force behind each thought or action. The intent arises in the heart and not in the mind, as it is a form of feeling or motivation, a desire that arises in the chit, which Buddhism defines as the heart. Sharma and Wallace also argue whatever one does in one's life, knowingly or unknowingly, affects the phenotype and changes the expression of the genotype accordingly. The phosphoglucomatase gene has been correlated with Pitta Prakriti. Research on human leukocyte antigen HLA-GN polymorphism showed a reasonable correlation between HLA type and Prakriti type. So what about karma fruition now? The Jain philosophy emphasizes the result of the action differs based on the bhav of the doer and the receiver and prescribes the right code of conduct by both. The actions are performed via mind, speech, and body. These actions should be undertaken with humility, modesty, purity, truthfulness, lack of greed, austerity, control, and forgiveness. All these are attitudes to be felt in the highest esteem while performing an action. These attitudes represent the germination of good intent, which precedes an actual action. If the intent is to do selfless service with the objective of a greater good to alleviate the sufferings for the betterment of humanity, then the karma produces higher results than one done without such intent. So the karmic intent is the main blueprint of all actions. And the benefit of karmic intent is aptly supported on scientific grounds. As Schwartz and Begley state, intentionality and volition can generate changes in the structure of the brain, the very organ assumed to produce such mental phenomena. The Bodhisattva Bhumi separates karma consequences into vipak, vipak hetu, and hetu phal. The vipak hetu is the cause of fruition of all kinds of actions, which lead to the binding of good and bad karmas. However, the Jain philosophy forms the fruition perspective, segregates karma into 8 categories on the results and causes of actions. The first 4 are Ayu, Nam, Gotra, and Vednya, which are not possible to reduce by Purushat. And the rest 4 are Gnanavanya, Darshanavanya, Mohaniya, and Antray, which can be destroyed by one's efforts. The Gnanavanya and Darshanavanya karma are reduced by Samyak Charitra, and Samyak Charitra involves following the 10 principles of Dharma. And Yoga Sutra's Bhashya suggests that 3/4 of a karma fructify in the first stage, and it is called the dominant karma and includes the establishment of the Gotra, Ayu, and Jati, same as in Jain scriptures. The remaining 1/4 develops in the next birth. Reichenbach also suggests that experiencing of pain from the Vedaniya karma is not objective but subjective and is based on our attitudes and dispositions. Hence, a patient can control the pain that he undergoes due to the rise of Vedaniya karma by having a better disposition and attitude towards it. So how do we relate karmic intent and disease management? For disease management, keeping the desires and emotions under control will lead to a less impact of pain-bearing karmas. The purusharth of keeping calm should be undertaken by the patient. Medical professionals should be performing the actions with the highest intentions of assisting the patient with calmness, modesty, and humility in alleviating patient's pain, leading to the best possible outcome of a medical interventions. Doctors performing medical services under the influence of modesty, selflessness, and alleviating of suffering will likely achieve a higher success rate. It is important to quote Candle Ear's observation in this regard of intent, as explained for a therapist-counselor interaction. I will share the conclusions of my paper, that Sharma and Wallace, in their research on Ayurveda and epigenetics, that external factors can affect future generations, nutritional abnormalities, environmental toxicants, and environmental stress can promote epigenetic alterations that are transmitted to subsequent generations, resulting in disease. It has been shown that exposure to air pollution during gestation affects the gestating mother, her embryo, and its developing germline. It is no wonder that Weiss states the classical treatise of Ayurveda also connect the influence of karma in chapters concerned with the development of embryo. The continuity of the soul from the death to the birth is thus perceived with karma actions, karmic intent being the driving factors, which have a huge role to play in the health and well-being of an unborn newborn to old age. Sharma and Wallace also proposed that mRNA, tRNA, and protein have features and properties that represent Vat, Pith, and Kapha at the cellular level. Messenger RNA corresponds with the Vat, tRNA corresponds to the Pith, and protein corresponds to the Kapha structures. However, whatever is done to the phenotype or Ayurvedic psychophysiological constitution is relayed back to the DNA, which changes its expression accordingly. Thus, the process of epigenetics represents action at the cellular level. To conclude, the crucial relationship between karmic intent and health is duly recognized by Ayurveda in these traditions and constitutes a critical part of the Jain, Hindu, and Buddhist philosophies. Cultivating the right intent through meditation and counseling among patients and medical community for medical care is of utmost importance. Recent research in the fields of epigenetics, neurobiology, and neuroplasticity support the idea of the karmic theory. More research needs to be done on how meditative state of the mind changes the leisures and how the karmic intent changes the meditative state and the resulting leisures. An analysis of the correlation of the karmic intent with the effectiveness of actions is suggested for the betterment of the medical care, humanity, and enhancing the life experience for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am, for your expression and views on karmic intent and health. So we will discuss the question answering in interactive session. So let's move to the next session. The next session will be by Dr. Rajmal Jain ji. That is Karma, Theory, and Health. So I request to sir, please proceed.
And you go directly to the 7th slide. Yes. Parasparo Graho Jivanam, that was the real law of nature, and it was really referred to all of us as the law of interconnectedness, interdependence. Sabke liye zaruri tha, but we on the other side, we enjoyed and we took the several other attributes instead of the attributes of the soul in the sense of the pleasure. We forgot Paraspara Upgraha Jivana. And what we got the new actually law of lifestyle, that is pride, that is wrath, ego, passion, many other things. And all these things, once that is related to the Ghati Karma, they are very well defined now in neuroscience. And that is the important fact. And I'm going to tell little bit today on that aspect. The other aspect which I'm going to cover is what Dr. Pratap Sancheti had shown concern little bit in the morning, that what is really the physical process actually, which we need to understand. So we know that the biochemical processes, since morning we have heard, but I would like to add biophysical chemical processes which are taking place. And little bit what I have idea, I would like to add today on that. The all this, our lifestyle, that is what we say that about the enjoyment, I can split up into two parts. That is few things which are related to the front part of the our brain system, and the few that is the other are on the back side. So it means our few whatever the enjoyment skills which we want to interplay with that, they are related on the front side as well as on the back side. And that is very important. Next slide, can we go? Next slide, please. So I would not go into detail in reading each slide, please. Something happened? Okay, the brain actually basically, oh, no, previous. Can we go to previous between these two? So our human brain actually has the few major dopamines, or you can say pathways. And the four important pathways are there, that is, they are shown in this picture, but somehow it is not appearing that picture. Something. Anyway, if it is not possible to, okay, image तो है लेकिन नहीं आ रहा है. Anyway, just go to the next. Okay, go to the next. Okay, so here, oops, what you. Yes, yes. Okay, you can go to the next. Yes, can you go to the full slide, full view? Yes, thank you. So basically, the idea is behind, हम लोग बोलते हैं मन से, वचन से, काया से, physical, mental, that by speech, etc., all these things. But the major sins, जो सबसे ज्यादा पाप हम करते हैं या क्रिया करते हैं, वो भाव से ही होती है, थॉट वेव से होती है. प्लीज रिमेंबर दैट मोस्ट ऑफ द सीन्स, कर्मास जो हैं, 90% आर डन बाय थॉट. एंड इन दैट आल्सो भगवान महावीर ने, यू सी, आई डोंट नो हाउ ही वाज अवेयर अबाउट द लॉगरिथमिक स्केल. ही टॉक्ड अबाउट द मैग्नीट्यूड, एंड दैट इज द वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. किसी ने आके somebody has criticized me, और तुमने ये है ये by words only. Okay, it is simply one order. लेकिन उसने मुझे 2 थप्पड़ मार दिए जोर से. It will have slightly one more order of magnitude for me to envy, to become aggressive on him. लेकिन लातों घूसों से मारा तो you can imagine what the order of magnitude will be over there. So that kind of things are there. Now the thought waves questions, what are made of? ये बनती कैसे? What is that process for that thought waves? And that is important, because until unless the thought waves are understood, the other physical actions, whether you do by physical or by your speech, you see, cannot imagine, because everything comes through thoughts only. Okay, and that is the biophysical chemical process by which actually thought waves are made of. Let's go to the next slide. And here I would like, I'm not a medical doctor, I'm not even a biologist, but whatever I have read and read the lots of papers, can you see that axon is there and axon terminal? So signal, electrochemical signal comes through this pathway and it goes finally to the synapse. And that synapse is a very important point. We have been talking about the Atma Pradesh, etc., but we still have not identified where the Atma Pradesh, what is its size, etc. But this pathway is very important if we can do a big research for this kind of karmas on this process. And I will tell you why I am saying this. Next slide. So basically concept of all these things of the thought waves is based on the infrasonic waves. The infrasonic waves are nothing but those waves which we generally are aware with the earthquakes and volcanoes. But as soon as we go further down in the frequency, then they are actually used to understand our heart system, our lung system, respiratory system, and even our mind system. Now, in view of that, what we understand that we can talk recently all over the world, लोग बात कर रहे हैं पेन वेव्स के, आइंस्टाइन पेन वेव्स और बजाज पेन वेव्स और राजमल जैन पेन वेव्स एक्सेट्रा. बट एट द सेम टाइम नॉट ओनली पेन वेव्स. अगर आप किसी गाय को मारते हैं, बहुत ज्यादा क्रूरता से मारते हैं, तो एक टाइम के बाद उसका बोलना तक बंद हो जाता है और उसके अंदर से जो निकलती है वो हाय निकलती है, दैट इज कर्स. एम आई राइट? And that curse is also goes as a wave. Now I will prove in a minute that what speed it goes. That is number one. अगर मैं अच्छा काम करता हूं, आचार्य नंदी घोष जी के चरणों में झुक करके उनको प्रणाम करता हूं और मुझे ब्लेसिंग देते हैं, तो ब्लेसिंग इज आल्सो not spoken by words, but that is also a wave, and that is infrasonic waves. So pain waves and blazing waves, or you can say happy waves also, and the other trouble waves, whatever name we want to. Next slide, can we go? Yes. So what is base for this concept? Why I am saying about the pain waves and happy waves or blazing waves? There are several research papers. There is a paper from NASA scientists recently, almost a lot of time now, but they have been low frequency actually signals, so noise systems was there. And finally it was found that everything actually, all that noise system, even the low frequency, it affects on our vascular systems, particularly our cardiovascular system and our respiratory system. भगवान ने कहा था खाली आपके मन वचन काया से जो करते हैं वही पाप नहीं है. आप 10 इंद्रिय जो हैं, 5 इंद्रिय, 3 मन वचन काय, रेस्पिरेटरी सिस्टम, एज वेल एज a function of longevity, आयु से भी. So that is all kinds of things. So this paper I will like to all of you to read, and I recommend to read. And this is my basic next slide, and how these infrasonic waves are affected from the inside the body. They are formed inside, and that is the process which I told, biophysical, chemical, and that is made of thought waves. That is the main source. Uska jo seed hai wo wahan se aata hai. And that is main thing. Now, what is my idea is about this thing, that pressure, temperature, and density, mathematics mein mat jaiye. Pressure, temperature, and density, agar aap koi bhi question पूछेंगे तो I will reply how they affect on our whole body system. And that change in gradient, एक थोड़ा सा भी माइक्रोन जितने लेवल का भी अगर कोई चीज चेंज होती है तो इट मैटर्स ए बिग इन आवर बॉडी. अगर मैं थोड़ी सी देर के लिए, इफ आई गिव एन एग्जांपल टू ऑल ऑफ यू, कि मैं इस कमरे से बाहर बैठा हूँ, अंदर बैठा हूँ और मैं बाहर गया और थोड़ी ठंडी सी जरा सी हवा चलती है, आई विल से मुझे ठंड लग रही है. दैट feeling immediately I will start. That is the change in temperature, how, and my all pleasure will go outside. एक बार मैं जब लेक्चर दे रहा था यूएस के अंदर और पूछा था भगवान महावीर ने तो कभी इलेक्ट्रिक फील्ड के बारे में बात ही नहीं की थी, मैग्नेटिक फील्ड के बारे में बात नहीं की थी उन्होंने उस समय के जो लोग थे उनको नहीं, लेकिन तेजस कण के और तेजस वर्गणा के बारे में तो बहुत डिटेल बात कही थी. और तेजस वर्गणा इज रियली द मीडिया for the influx and build up of the karma. Am I right? आपको सबको याद होगा कर्मबंध जो होता है वो तेजस वर्गणा और तेजस कर्म जो है कार्मान के उसके थ्रू होता है, और उसी की वजह से ये कहा. So what I want to say, in addition to this pressure, temperature and density, electric field and magnetic field, they are also very important. और भगवान ने इसीलिए कहा था कि नॉर्थ ईस्ट, जिसको अपन ईशान दिशा बोलते हैं, उसके सामने ही मंदिर होना चाहिए, उसी के सामने बैठ करके ये करें, एक्सेट्रा, ऑल दोज थिंग्स. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. नाउ बेसिस ऑफ दिस थिंग इज अकाउस्टिक वेव्स के लिए एक्सपेरिमेंट किया गया, और उस एक्सपेरिमेंट में कहा कि अगर हाई फ्रीक्वेंसी जो हम लोग, मैं बोल रहा हूँ, दैट इज बिटवीन 20 हर्ट्ज टू 20,000 हर्ट्ज, ठीक है, उसमें अंदर हमारी साउंड अकाउस्टिक वेव होती है, और उसके अंदर हाई प्रेशर अगर दिया गया और उसका इफेक्ट दिया, तो देखा कि कई सारे छोटे छोटे माइक्रोब्स जो एटमॉस्फेयर में है वो मर ही गए। इट मीन्स जब वो मर सकते हैं तो हमारे उसमें इंटरप्रिटेशन ये, हमारे खुद के जो वेसल्स के अंदर ब्लड जाने का सर्कुलेशन सिस्टम है वो क्यों नहीं अफेक्ट होता होगा। सो दैट इज द रीजन दैट नाउअडेज इवन देयर इज अ बैन व्हिच इज कमिंग थ्रू द WHO दैट वेरी हाई फ्रीक्वेंसी अकाउस्टिक आल्सो शुड नॉट बी देयर। भगवान ने ज्यादा से ज्यादा कहा था कि अधिक से अधिक ये जितने हम जीवों को परस्पर उपग्रह जीवाणाम का पालन नहीं करेंगे, अगर हम कई तरह से हिंसा करेंगे तो इस तरह से नॉट ओनली क्लाइमेट चेंज विल बी देयर। मौन तपस्या की बात की। आई विल टेक 2 minutes सर, नॉट नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। बट माई मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट विच डिस्कवरी विच हैज बीन मेड, जिसके आधार पर मैंने कहा कि इंफ्रासोनिक वेव्स दे आर इम्पॉर्टेंट, दैट इज द फिजिकल एक्चुअली मैकेनिज्म विच इज टेकन। आप देखिए कि हार्ट के लिए जो है वो 10 हर्ट्ज की फ्रीक्वेंसी का जो है वो वेव की डिस्कवरी हुई। रेस्पिरेटरी सिस्टम की 0.05 to 0.05 to 0.3 हर्ट्ज, और लेकिन किसी को नहीं पता था, इवन अभी तक में भी बहुत सौ को नहीं पता होगा। हमारे मेंटल स्टेट की ट्रॉबो हेरिंग वेव्स की डिस्कवरी अभी हुई, और उसी के आधार पे अब जो ब्रेन की जो स्कैनिंग करके और उसकी डिजीज के बारे में पता है, उसकी मेंटल स्टेट कहना चाहिए, इमोशनल टेंशन जो है, तो इट इज 0.1 हर्ट्ज। नाउ आई जस्ट गिव यू वन वेरी सिंपल एग्जाम्पल। जनरली इंफ्रासोनिक वेव्स की जो स्पीड होती है वो 300 मीटर पर सेकेंड ले लीजिए, जस्ट इससे ज़्यादा नहीं लेते, ओके। और इधर से मैं हर्ट्ज में ये 0.01 की जगह 0.03 ले लेता हूँ, तो मेरे माइंड से जो थॉट करूँगा वो कहाँ तक जाएगी? कैन यू बिलीव? 10,000 मीटर्स तक जो है, 10,000 मीटर्स। Because the simple, I don't want to drag you into the physics formula V is equal to n lambda etc. But 10,000 मीटर means 10 किलोमीटर्स तक। तो वो गाय जिसको मारा काटा जा रहा था उसकी आवाज मतलब जो है वो बद्दुआ, वो कहाँ तक जाएगी? और लेकिन अगर 0.01 लूं तो 30 किलोमीटर्स तक जाएगी। सो वी थॉट कि हम एक एक्सपेरिमेंट कर सकते हैं इंफ्रा सेंसर्स को ले करके, और जहाँ ये स्लॉटर हाउस वगैरह है, ले हम लोग प्लान भी किया, सेंसर्स भी लेके गए राजकोट में, और हम लोगों के ऊपर जो है हमको ही मारने के लिए वो लोग आगे, हमको भागना पड़ा वहां से। सारा एक्सपेरिमेंट का सारा मतलब कहना चाहिए बिग होल प्रोजेक्ट हैड टू बी क्लोज्ड। सो इट इज आई मीन वेरी डिफरेंट। सो इन दैट कॉन्टेक्स्ट मैं आप सबसे केवल आशीर्वाद के रूप में एक बात कहना चाहता हूँ कि मैंने एक महाराज साहब हैं, उनको फिर मैं कन्याकुमारी में लेके गया, वहाँ चतुर्मास कराया, और हमने सोचा कि फिर समुद्र से जो ओशन से जो वेव्स आ रही है तो व्हाट इज हिज फीलिंग। मेडिटेशन तो कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उस मेडिटेशन में व्हाट इज द रिस्पॉन्स, व्हाट काइंड ऑफ डेटा ही इज गेटिंग। सो दैट इज सम काइंड ऑफ रिस्पॉन्स फ्रॉम द ओशन वेव्स, एनर्जी किस तरह से आ रही है, एंड what he thinks. Similarly, on the mountains, what kind of thoughts are going on. So different kind of thoughts is a real process, which is a continuous phenomena. It is going on and going on day and night, 24 hours in our mind. मैं गलत कह रहा हूँ तो बताइए, 24 घंटे हमारे दिमाग में जो है कुछ ना कुछ तो चलता ही रहता है, यहाँ तक कि नींद में आ गए हो तो भी कुछ ना कुछ तो चलता रहता है. So that is next slide. Now based on the electromagnetic field which I was saying, so already has been established in the one paper in the Nature also, another paper also, and they have told that yes, electromagnetic field is very serious, very dangerous for all kinds of lives. And in this context, next slide, one simple experiment. Next slide. बेटा जल्दी से एक स्लाइड. हाँ, एक एक्सपेरिमेंट बीज जो हनी बीज होती है उस पर किया गया था, एंड दैट आई विल टेल कि हनी बीज के ऊपर कंट्रोल्ड वोल्टेज एक रख लिया रेफरेंस सिस्टम, उसके बाद हाई टेंशन वोल्टेज दिया, उसका और इवन अल्ट्रा हाई टेंशन दिया. कैन यू बिलीव? और हर एक बी के अंदर, हर एक मधुमक्खी के अंदर RFID जो होता है, अपना जो ID होता है ना आधार कार्ड के अंदर, जो जिससे हमारी पहचान होती है, RFID लगा करके उसमें रखा था. सर कैन यू बिलीव, सारी की सारी मधुमक्खियां जो है जब हाई वोल्टेज एंड UHT अल्ट्रा हाई टेंशन वोल्टेज जब दिया, सारी की सारी मधुमक्खियां अपना रास्ता भटक गई. और मधुमक्खी की एक कैरेक्टरिस्टिक होती है, उसकी जो रानी होती है, क्वीन होती है, उसी को पहचानते हैं, और जब तक वो क्वीन को नहीं पहचानेंगे, क्वीन की तरफ नहीं जाएंगी, तो अब कभी वापस आ नहीं सकती है. सो ऑल द हनी बीज फाइनली व्हेन द I mean, target tension voltage was given for a longer duration, almost all the bees finally died. So you can imagine why भगवान महावीर ने जो है इलेक्ट्रोमैग्नेटिक वोल्टेज के बारे में लोगों को क्यों नहीं कहा. But basically only the next slide. We have
Thank
to,
you, Dr. Saab.
No, बस finish.
Please,
नहीं,
please,
मैं इस slide पे वैसा भी नहीं बोलना चाहता. So I just want to say my sincere thanks to Dr. Pratap Sancheti for giving me a wonderful opportunity amongst all of you. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you, sir, for your expression on infrasonic wave and its effect on body and mind. So let's move to the next session, that is of Dr. Jivraj Jain ji. That is his topic is karma and its impact on health. So, sir, please.
Good afternoon. This next slide, I'll just finish it up because we are late slightly. So next slide, please. Next. Oh, this is not. This is wrong. Something else. It will take some time probably. Can I see this? GG. Finish it. Right, second one. Next one. Now, most of us know how the karmas are bounded, and many honorable members, they have expressed how karmas are bonded with the soul. Now, karmas get attracted towards the soul when the soul performs any physical, mental, or vocal activity and vibrates. Karmas differentiate in 7 or 8 types and get bonded with the soul as per matching frequencies. Next. Now, karma bonding and annihilation. What work we are doing today, this fasting, there are about 12 methods for karma annihilation, and they are having effect not only in this cycle, but it may be in the future also. The next one, please. Now, this central portion is the gross body, but we have got is visible. And then the TB and KB, they are Tejas body and Karma body. They are associated with the gross body. And penance removes karma and improves health. Strong patients increase. The kashai जैसे increase करते हैं, then they increase the bad karmas and deteriorate health. Penance cleans the soul even to its purest form. Next, please. The metaphysical model of Jiva. There are 4 features of the metaphysical model of Jiva. One is Gyan, Darshan, Charitra, and Upyog. Upyog is very important because it is the conscious effort to utilize soul's general and specific knowledge. These traits are generally not found in our medical model or biomedical model of Jiva. Next, please. The Upyoga, that is the conscious effort, comes into play in following manner. During penance for karma annihilation, body aligns its food demand automatically with its potential availability. You will see that after 3 days of fasting, the body demands for food decreases substantially. And this has been seen practically in many people. Body develops a habit of remaining active even with very little food or energy intake. Next, please. If we reduce our patience, a state of equanimity and restraint is achieved. This directly promotes secretion of good quality hormones and enzymes. Consequently, the powerhouse of the body, that is the mitochondria, works more effectively and harmoniously. Its longevity also increases. Next, please. Now, what is the destruction of karma and its health benefits? Resolution of penance partially destroys delusion, faith obscuring, and the vitality obscuring karmas. This in turn increases the ability of Tejas body to store more vital force, that is the prana. Strong willpower exercised during penance increases the efficiency of Loma R, that is the R taken by our skin pores. And this enables a sadhak to sustain himself at the minimum energy level by optimizing its usage. Next, please. The main effects of extra annihilation of karma. That is through penance, as well as because hypothesis that increase in power of body cells to work coherently. That is the extra annihilation, and improves the quality of the hormones and enzymes secreted by the various glands. Body learns to sustain at minimal energy level. Body learns to improve its visible Lomahar food intake and increases the efficiency of mitochondria. This also increases the capability to activate the body cells by drinking warm non-living water with a prayer. This helps. This we have seen yesterday. Also, people are drinking after this warm fire or non-living water with some prayer. Thank you. Next. Special activities undertaken during penance. We are talking about karmas and its effect on health. Now, karmas itself is of different types, and the health is dependent on how his setup is there. Because we have got 3 types of penance. During penance, he consumes non-living water with limited quantity as per specified method, increasing alertness in the subconscious and through meditation, through meditation. And this enhances the feelings of forgiveness, equanimity, and restraint. Then experiencing help with this extra annihilation, He experiences happiness, harmony, and contentment just by devoting time to self-study, that is Swadhyay. Next. Now, possible measurable parameters for research. The following parameters lend themselves to be measured. One is changes in secretion of hormones and enzymes. We call it chemical changes. Drastic reduction in food energy requirements for sustenance due to psychological impact. That is genetic and epigenetic measurements. Conversion of food taken in by breath and force, this is Lomahar, into energy by fiery body, that is by Tejas body, this is biological changes. Increases in the ability of cells to absorb boiled water and thereby increasing the nutritional power. That is chemical changes. Increases in efficiency of lifespan of mitochondria, that is genetic and epigenetic. Changes in bioelectrical activity, change in mind waves, that is biological. Effect of cohesion of cells on their efficiency, that is chemical and genetic measurements. Next, please. And one should understand and act according to the basic karma principles. Any layman, if he wants to take advantage of these health effects, then this 4 points he should keep in mind. The main cause of karma bonding is patience and perseverance. Hence, one should always keep his patience in check, refrain from blaming others for one's problem. Penance puts senses under control. Having control over food and its taste brings health benefits. Although penance is done for karma nirjara, it has been observed that it keeps the physical, mental, and emotional health of the seeker in better condition. Next, please. The 4 main factors, the main factors are meditation, resolution, and equanimity and forgiveness make the biological system coherent and activate the neural system and endocrine glands. This leads to a healthy, contented life. Our Upyoga helps provide efficient energy during fasting through Lomahar and breathing. Scientific appreciation of basic principles of karma theory and Samyak action puts us on the highway of truly healthy, harmonious, and peaceful life without hatred and cravings. Life will have no dissensions and disappointments. To provide scientific basis for empirical benefits, some important parameters have been outlined, which leads to measurable and practical research. Now, penance itself may be of 2-3 types. One is, we have seen politicians doing unshan for their political gain, but they will feel weak even after 2 days. They may become unconscious also. But then we have seen people who are doing penance with certain better objective, that is spiritual objective for karma nirjara, etc. They can go and do fasting for months together. So our objective should also be very clear, because this gives a signal to our body and we respond accordingly. That is a very measurable effect, which we can probably do some research or measurements. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your views. So here now we are concluding the first session, that is theory of karma and effects on health. So we are thankful to the Dr. Jivraj Jain and as a chairperson, so for this session.
Thank you, Dr. Jivraj Jain and Dr. Ghanshyam Parma, for overseeing this session.
Moving ahead, we'll now begin with the second session, Karmic Philosophy in Other Religions. I would like to welcome the chairperson, Dr. Bipin Doshi, and the moderator, Dr. Ashish Shah. Please be seated, sir.
I would now like to invite Dr. Kumarpal Desai to address the audience on the topic Karma Philosophy in Other Religion.
स्कॉलर्स के लिए थोड़ी ताली भी हो जाए तो अच्छा लगेगा। विपिन भाई, आशीष भाई और मेरे फ्रेंड्स, सबसे पहले तो मैं इस कर्म से मुक्ति आपको दे रहा हूं कि अब मैं ऐसे ही बात करूंगा आपसे। और जो मुझे बात करने की वो तुलनात्मक रिलीजन की है, कंपैरेटिव रिलीजन की। ज्यादातर हमारी सोच ऐसी है कि जैन धर्म में कर्म के बारे में बहुत कुछ सोचा गया हो, ये बात सही भी है। मगर इसके साथ और धर्मों में भी आप देखें तो कर्म के बारे में बहुत गहराई से सोचा गया है। और कर्म, मृत्यु, पुनर्जीवन और ईश्वर का क्या इसमें कर्तव्य है, कर्तृत्व है, उसके बारे में भी सोचा गया है। मेरे पास कुल 15 रिलीजियंस है। मेरे पास ऐसे 15 मिनट है और मैं सोचता हूँ कि मैं कुछ थोड़े रिलीजन के बारे में आपसे बात कर सकूं। सबसे पहले मैं जरथुस्ट्र रिलीजन, पारसी धर्म जिसको कहते हैं, इसके बारे में बात करूंगा। और इस धर्म के बारे में देखिए तो उसका जो अवेस्ता ग्रंथ है और अवेस्ता में उसका प्रथम भाग यज्ञ है, उसमें कहा गया है कि भूमि, जल और पौधे के उत्पादक है पवित्र आत्मा परमात्मा। वो क्या मुझे प्रदान करता है जरथुस्त्र में? वो हमें अमरत्व और पूर्णता प्रदान करता है। ये दो उत्तम शक्तियों की वो अपने ईश्वर से प्रार्थना करते हैं कि हमें प्राप्त हो। हे ईश्वर, मैं अवश्य इसका प्रचार करूंगा। क्या? कर्म के बारे में, जरथुस्त्र धर्म की बात, कि दुष्ट लोगों की प्रतीक्षा करता है। जो दुष्ट लोग हैं उसकी दुख प्रतीक्षा करता है और आनंद धर्म में लीन है, ऐसे लोगों की प्रतीक्षा करता है। मनुष्य के हिस्से में जो भी कर्म आया है, जरथुस्त्र धर्म, पारसी धर्म कहता है, उसे आनंद और शुभ भावना के साथ करना चाहिए। सत्कर्म का अच्छा फल और दुष्कर्म का खराब फल मिलता है, ऐसा यह धर्म मानता है। मनुष्य रोजमर्रा के काम तो करता है, वो अपने रोजिंदी जिंदगी है वो तो निभाता है, परंतु पवित्रता और भलाई के कर्म भी उसे अवश्य करने चाहिए। पारसियों में आप जानते हैं ये बात बहुत गहराई से होती है। उसके कर्मों के लिए कौन जिम्मेदार है? ऐसे प्रश्नों के उत्तर में जरथुस्त्री धर्म कहता है कि मनुष्य कर्म करने के लिए स्वतंत्र है और स्वतंत्र रूप से किए गए कर्म ही के जो परिणाम आते हैं उसके लिए वही जिम्मेदार है। और इसी प्रकार अशु जरथुस्त्र ने कहा कि ईश्वर कर्म के अनुसार ही भावी का निर्माण करता है। कुछ धर्मों में कर्म के साथ पुनर्जन्म का सिद्धांत जुड़ा हुआ है, हमारे धर्म में भी है, जैन धर्म में। हिंदू धर्म और जैन धर्म पुनर्जन्म में मानते हैं, किंतु जरथुस्त्री धर्म पुनर्जन्म के बदले मरणोत्तर अवस्था की बात करता है और कहता है कि व्यक्ति के अच्छे कार्य हो तो वह स्वर्गीय जिसके लिए जरथुस्त्री धर्म मिनोई कहा गया है, मिनोई में जाएगा। और यदि व्यक्ति के बुरे कर्म किए उसने तो वह दोखज में जाएगा, नरक में जाएगा। उपरांत इसी धर्म के अनुसार स्वर्ग और नरक कायम नहीं है। अगर दूसरी बात है, नवसर्जन हो आदमी को, फिर नवसर्जन जब होता है तब तक स्वर्ग और नरक है। यह धर्म मानता है कि अत्यंत पापी हो उसे भी नवसर्जन के वक्त अहूर मजद, उनके जो देव है, वो पाप से मुक्त करता है। तो इसी तरह पवित्रता में आस्था रखने वाले सत्कर्मों के बारे में यहाँ कहा गया है। अंत में जरथुस्त्री धर्म कहता है, हे मनुष्य, महाज्ञानी ईश्वर ने जो उत्तम आज्ञाएं प्रदान की है उन्हें आप सीखिए और दुख और सुख के इन नियमों को आप ध्यान में रखिए कि दुष्टों के लिए लंबा संकट और अशो એટલે पवित्र, अशो के लिए सच्चा कल्याण सुनिश्चित है और उसी कायदे के अनुसार उत्तम सुख प्राप्त हो सकेगा। इसके बाद हम जरा दूसरी थोड़ी हटकर एक विचारधारा में आपसे कहना चाहता हूँ, वो बहाई धर्म की है। ये बहाई धर्म एकदम नवीनतम धर्म है, इस समय का धर्म है। और उसमें उस बड़ा आश्चर्ययुक्त धर्म है। आज विश्व में 213 देशों में ये बहाई धर्म व्याप्त है। और उसके 60,000 से भी ज्यादा केंद्र है, भारत में भी कुछ केंद्र है। बहाई धर्म का कहना है कि सभी धर्मों की नींव एक है। देखिए एकदम हटकर बात है इसके। धर्म विज्ञान और तर्क का विरोधी नहीं है और एकता का स्थापक हो, और उस एकता की बात को आगे बढ़ाते हुए यह धर्म कहता है मानव जाति एक है। देखिए ये धर्म, ये इस जमाने का धर्म है। रंग, कुल, वर्ण आदि की वजह से मनुष्य के बीच भेद करना नहीं चाहिए। जगत के सभी मनुष्य, कैसे मनुष्य, एक वृक्ष का फल, एक डाली का पत्ता और एक बगीचे का फूल है। ऐसी वैश्विक दृष्टि संपन्न यह धर्म कहता है। उसका आदर्श क्या है धर्म का? विश्व शांति तो आदर्श है, विश्वव्यापी शिक्षा, विश्व भाषा और अंतरराष्ट्रीय न्याय पद्धति के द्वारा इसे प्राप्त करना चाहिए। ये भविष्य की जो बात इसमें कही है वो बहाई धर्म में हमें देखने मिलते हैं। इसमें लोग उपवास भी करते हैं और कई इस धर्म के बारे में थोड़े इस्लाम से थोड़ा अलग भी धर्म है, और इसके बारे में ऐसा कहा जाता है कि अगली सदी में जो काम हुआ है ये इस धर्म में होगा। इसके अनुयायियों ने क्या किया? वो कहते हैं कि विदाई के दिन जब उनको ईश्वरीय ज्योति परमात्मा के स्वरूप में प्रकटित होती है और मनुष्य जाति की सेवा करना ही पूजा उपासना का उत्तम मार्ग है। उन्होंने कहा कि संसार का मंगल हो, सारे राष्ट्र सुखी हो, सभी राष्ट्रों का धर्म एक हो और सारे मनुष्य भाईचारे के साथ रहे। इससे भी आगे जाके ये धर्म कहता है युद्ध खत्म हो जाए और सर्वत्र शांति का प्रसार हो। व्यक्ति को केवल, ये एक बात और भी यह देखनी चाहिए, व्यक्ति को केवल देश प्रेम के लिए ही नहीं, अपितु सिर्फ अपने देश के लिए नहीं, अपितु समग्र मानव जाति के प्रेम के लिए गौरव की अनुभूति करनी चाहिए। बहाउल्लाह ने इस घोषणा को महदांश बाबियों ने स्वीकार किया। बहाउल्लाह उनका जो ईश्वर है और इसकी घोषणा को स्वीकार किया। ये बहाई धर्म की ये सोच एक अलग प्रकार की सोच है, ये मैं मानता हूँ। फिर चीन में जाए तो चीन में जितनी मिनट है इसमें ही मैं जाऊंगा जहां तक जाऊँ। शिंतो और ताओ धर्म की जो विचारधारा है, तो एक ताओ धर्म बहुत अद्भुत धर्म है। अब देखिए ताओ धर्म का कर्म के सिद्धांत को अलग रूप से बताता है। वो स्वरूप सिद्धि की बात करता है। महात्मा लाओत्से किसी व्यक्ति विशेष का नाम नहीं है। जो उनके धर्म के स्थापक कहा जाता है लाओत्से, वो किसी व्यक्ति पर विशेषण है और उसका अर्थ है प्राचीन गुरु। उसका असली नाम ली था और वे कॉन्फ्यूशियस के समकालीन थे। लाओत्से द्वारा लिखित ग्रंथ का नाम ताओ ती चिंग है। इसकी रचना 2 खंडों में 81 छोटे छोटे प्रकरणों में अंदाजन 5000 शब्दों में की गई है। ताओ धर्म में कर्म का सिद्धांत एक अलग रूप से बताया है। उसमें बिना किसी भी प्रकार की दखल के कुदरत को उसके सहज रूप में कार्य कर देने का सिद्धांत है। यह दखल कौन सा? तो वो कहते हैं कि कुदरत में दखल अंदाजी करने वाला तत्व क्या है? ये कुदरत को बिगाड़ने वाला तत्व क्या है? वो है मनुष्य का अहम और उसकी वासनाएं है। मनुष्य को कुदरत के संग कृत्रिमता पैदा करने वाले ज्ञान और इच्छा को दूर हटकर तद्रूप होना चाहिए, कुदरत से तद्रूप होना चाहिए। अर्थात एक अर्थ में ये नैष्कर्म्य यानी कि विवेक का सिद्धांत कहा जाता है। अर्थात उसको समझाते हैं, जिस तरह समुद्र अपनी तरंगों को ऊपर उठा लेता है और जिस प्रकार पुष्प के रूप में कली खिलती है, उसी प्रकार मनुष्य को खुद स्वतः ही अपना विकास करना चाहिए। उसमें वैराग्य की बात कही गई है और भी कहा गया है कि इंद्रियजन्य सुखों के अतिरिक्त से जीवन में दुख आता है। इसी वजह से मनुष्य का नैतिक व्यवहार अवरुद्ध होता है। ताओ धर्म ने वैराग्य का उपदेश दिया और कर्म को एक अलग दृष्टि से, रहस्यवादी दृष्टि से देखा है, जिसमें कर्म में क्या है तो नम्रता, संतोष और साहजिकता के आधार पर और आचार मार्ग द्वारा प्राप्ति की बात की गई है। ताओ क्या कहता है? वो कहता है विपत्ति और आनंद कोई विशेष द्वार नहीं है। जब मनुष्य खुद उससे बुलावा भेजता है, मनुष्य ही बुलाता है अपनी आपत्ति को या अपने आनंद को, तब उसका आगमन होता है और अच्छाई और बुराई का फल इस तरह अनुसरण करता है। जैसे पदार्थ की उसकी परछाई ही अनुसरण करती है, इस प्रकार ताओ धर्म ने कहा है कि वासना का समर्थन करने जैसा कोई बड़ा पाप नहीं है। संतोष नहीं अनुभव करने से कोई बड़ी आफत नहीं है। आपके जीवन में संतोष आ जाए, कोई आफत नहीं आएगी। पाने की इच्छा से बड़ा कोई दोष नहीं है, क्योंकि जिसे संतोष है उसे किसी की जरूरत नहीं है। इसी प्रकार ताओ धर्म ने कर्म की झंझट में उतरने के बजाय ऐसा कहा कि जगत की परिवर्तनशीलता के पीछे ताओ नामक एक कोई गूढ़ तत्व है, और जो इंद्रियों के लिए अग्राह्य है, हम इंद्रियों से वो नहीं पा सकते हैं। उसके अस्तित्व का स्वीकार करके उत्तम धार्मिक जीना चाहिए, उत्तम धार्मिक जीवन होना चाहिए, ऐसा इस धर्म का कहना है। और इसी प्रकार वो शिंतो धर्म कहता है, जापान का है, और कन्फ्यूशियस और ताओ धर्म का उद्भव हुआ उसी समय जापान में शिंतो धर्म का उद्भव हुआ। और जापानी प्रजा का ये सबसे प्राचीन धर्म है, जहाँ राजा का बहुत महत्व है। तो इस धर्म में कहा है कि पवित्रता का महिमा होना चाहिए, शिंतो कहता है, और कहता है कि पवित्रता द्वारा ही दिव्य तत्व के साथ सायुज्य स्थापित किया जा सकता है। इस पवित्रता में देह शुद्धि और हृदय शुद्धि दोनों का समावेश होता है। और उसमें स्पष्ट कहा गया है कि पवित्र जल से स्नान करना तो बाह्य पवित्रता है, जैसे हमारे यहाँ कृष्ण भगवान की कथा में आता है, परंतु शरीर और मन दोनों को पवित्र रखने से ही हमारी आत्मा ईश्वर के साथ ऐक्य का अनुभव करती है। राजा के प्रति इस धर्म में जो वफादारी है बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। और इसी प्रकार शिंतो धर्म ने कहा है कि जो प्रजा और राष्ट्र का कल्याण करता है वही धर्म है। आप थोड़ा बाह्य धर्म की ओर भी देखिए, शिंतो धर्म के बारे में भी थोड़ा सोचने जैसा है। कन्फ्यूशियस क्या कहता है? कन्फ्यूशियस धर्म का कहना है कि मनुष्य की भलाई या बुराई, ये कर्म की बात करता है, यकायक भूल से आ नहीं धमकती है, यकायक नहीं आती है, परंतु स्वर्ग यानी विधात्री लोगों के कर्म के अनुसार सुख और दुख भेजता है। कन्फ्यूशियस धर्म के शेकिंग नामक कविता के ग्रंथ में लौकिक और धार्मिक कविताओं का संग्रह किया गया है। उसमें उत्तम मनुष्य के नैतिक जीवन के वैभव की बात कही गई। वे कहते हैं कि उत्तम मानव पुत्र के रूप में उत्तम कोटि की पितृभक्ति करनी चाहिए। पिता के रूप में वह स्नेहिल और न्यायी होता है। अधिकारी के रूप में आदमी कैसा होना चाहिए? अधिकारी के रूप में विश्वसनीय और वफादार होता है। पति के रूप में वह नीतिनिष्ठ और सयाना होता है, और मित्र के रूप में वह साफ दिल और चतुर होता है। कन्फ्यूशियस धर्म के जो बोध वचन है, और उस बोध वचन मानव जीवन को बेहतर बनाने के लिए कहे गए हैं। इसलिए अच्छे व्यक्ति बनकर अच्छे कर्म करने की बात है। उनका कहना है कि आप जब किसी अच्छे व्यक्ति को देखते हो तब उसके जैसी, उसके आत्मा ने जैसी उन्नति की है, उस ऐसी उन्नति प्राप्त करने का आप सोच करें। जब आप दुष्ट व्यक्ति को देखें तब आप अंतर्दृष्टि वाले हो जाए, उसके सामने मत देखें, और आपकी आत्मा का निरीक्षण करो। इस प्रकार जीवन के व्यवहार में कन्फ्यूशियस ने कर्म की बात नहीं कही, सिर्फ नीतिमत्ता या नीति और व्यवहार की बात कन्फ्यूशियस ने बताई है। और आगे जाके हजरत मोहम्मद पैगंबर इस्लाम में देखे क्या कहता है। कुरान शरीफ में बार बार बताया गया है कि कर्म का फल उसके संकल्प पर निर्भर है। इस धर्म ग्रंथ में बार बार, कुरान में बार बार ये शब्द प्रयुक्त किया गया है, और वो है फी सबीलिल्लाह, अर्थात खुदा के मार्ग पर कर्म करो। और खुदा ने प्रत्येक मुसलमान को 3 सत्कार्य करने का कहा है। एक सत्कार्य है जकात, दूसरा है खैरात, और तीसरा है सदका स्वैच्छिक दान। और हजरत मोहम्मद पैगंबर साहब ने अपने समग्र जीवन में जो सत्कार्य किए, इसके बाद में कुरान शरीफ कहता है जो कोई एक नीति यानी सत्कार्यों को लाएगा उससे उससे कई गुना ज्यादा उसको मिलेगा। जीवन में सत्कार्य होना चाहिए। और जो एक बदी यानी कि अपकृत्य को लाएगा उसे उसके अनुपात में सजा मिलेगी, पर उस पर जुल्म ढाया नहीं जाएगा क्योंकि खुदा उसके पर मेहरबान है। उन लोगों का जैसा जिसने काम किया होगा ऐसा ही बदला खुदा देंगे। इस प्रकार इस्लाम में सद्कार्यों की महिमा है और बुरे कार्यों के बारे में कहा गया है कि वो खुदा उसको सजा देता है और उसी प्रकार उसको जीना होता है। और आखिर में सिर्फ ईसाई धर्म की जो विचारधारा है कर्म के बारे में उसी को कहते बताऊंगा आपको। ईसाई धर्म में कहा गया है कि बुरे कर्म करने वाले उसके फल भुगतता है। उपरांत जो व्यक्ति बुरे काम करे उसके पुण्य कर्म लक्ष्य में लिए जाते नहीं है। जो बुरा काम करता है उसने पहले कुछ अच्छे काम किया तो वो लक्ष्य में नहीं लिए जाता है। इससे भी आगे कहा गया है कि इंसान खाता है पीता है और अपने काम का फल भुगतता है। यह तो उसे प्राप्त ईश्वरीय बख्शिश है, इंसान को जो मिलता है। इस प्रकार ईसाई धर्म में कर्म के फल की मान्यता का स्वीकार किया गया है, पर हिसाब रखने वाला अथवा उसका फल देने वाला तो ईश्वर है। कई धर्म में आप जानते हैं कर्म का फल, जैसे इस्लाम में आप देखें, ऐसी क्रिश्चियनिटी में भी ऐसा है, फल देने वाला तो ईश्वर है। जब ईश्वर सबका न्याय करते हैं तब मनुष्य के द्वारा अपने जीवन काल में किए गए अच्छे बुरे कर्म का न्याय ईश्वर की ओर से आखिरी दिन, डे ऑफ जजमेंट के दिन किया जाएगा। इस प्रकार यह पुनरुत्थान होता है और तब सत्कार्य करने वाले को सदाकाल स्वर्ग में सुख प्राप्त होता है और दुष्कर्म करने वाले को हमेशा नरक की आग में तपना पड़ता है। यह पुनरुत्थान और पुनर्जन्म जिसे हम कहते हैं ये नितांत भिन्न बात है, अलग विषय है। यहाँ मनुष्य के कर्म का फल अपने आप नहीं मिलता है किंतु ईश्वर द्वारा मिलता है। मैं मानता हूँ कि कर्म की ऐसी विचारधारा जो अलग अलग धर्मों में है, इससे और इसी के साथ मृत्यु के साथ हम जानते हैं पुनर्जन्म, ये सब जुड़ा हुआ है। तो इस तरह हमें इसके बारे में भी सोच सकते हैं कंपैरेटिव रिलीजन की दृष्टि से। आप सबका आभार।
Thank you very much, sir, for your nice talk on theory of karma and other religion. Now, moving towards the next session, I would like to invite Mr. Gautam More. He will speak on karma theory and Buddhism. Sir, please.
Good afternoon, all of you. So I will start my speech with the definition of karma. It is called karma in Sanskrit also. So it is a one statement given by the Bhagwan Buddha in Anguttara Nikaya. चेतना अहं भिक्कवे कम्मं वदामि. So जो चित्त की चेतना होती है, चेतना को ही भिक्षुओं में कर्म कहता हूँ. तो I say come to the चेतना. चेतना means volition or intention also. So this statement makes clear that we are aware of the deed or karma in accordance with the enlightened one, the Buddha. Okay, मैं continue करता हूँ. The Pali word kamma implies action, deed. In Sanskrit, it is known as karma. It is necessary to study Pali literature, particularly Abhidhamma literature, in order to comprehend Buddhist karma theory. In order to comprehend this theory, one must have understanding of dependent origination theory, means Paticca Samuppada. In Sanskrit, it's called Pratitya Samutpada. So certain volitional processes, such as those that are meritorious, demeritorious, and imperturbable, as well as those that are conveyed through the body, speech, and mind, which are explained here. ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं. So paticca samuppada means what is the reason of karma or kamma or sankhara? It is a name given to the kamma. The ignorance, when the ignorance as a condition, there are volitional processes, and when the volitional processes as a condition, there is consciousness. It is a birth consciousness, and because of consciousness, mind and bodily form exist, and because of mind and bodily form is nama rupa, there is the existence of six sense sphere, means salayatana, and because of salayatana, there is a first means contact, and because of first there is a vedana. Vedana means feeling, experience also, and because of there is vedana feeling, there is a craving, tanha, trishna, and because of craving, there is a clinging, upadana means attachment, clinging, and because of this attachment, clinging, there is a bhava. Bhava means the continuation, becoming, and because of bhava, there is a jati. Jati means birth, and because of birth, there is all sufferings come. Jati, jara, marana, aging, death, शोक परिदेव दुख दोमनस्स upayasa sambhavanti, means grief, lamentation, pain, sorrow, and despair all arise. So there is an or origination of this whole mass of suffering. This whole mass of suffering arise because of the birth. Okay, jati. And birth, what is the reason of birth? There is a continuation and the clinging, and reason of clinging, there is attachment is the reason of clinging. Attachment is the reason of continuation. Then what is the attachment? Reason of attachment, craving, and feeling is the reason of craving. And because of contact, there is a feeling, and because of salayatana, there is a contact, and because of namarupa, there is a salayatana, and because of consciousness, birth consciousness, there is a namarupa. Why birth consciousness exists? Because of sankhara. The sankhara is a karma. Okay, it is a past karmas. And what is the reason of karma? Avidya, ignorance. So what is the avidya? Means ignorance. And how the with ignorance as a condition, there are volitional process, means sankhara. The meritorious volitional process means punyabhi sankhara, apunyabhi sankhara, and ananjabhi sankhara. Means meritorious volitional process, demeritorious volitional process, and imperturbable volitional process. This is also the kaya sankharo, vachi sankharo, and chitta sankharo. Means the volitional process expressed by way of the body, volitional process expressed by way of speech, and volitional process expressed by way of mind. Then what is the punyabhi sankhara? The means merit. What is the meritorious volitional process? The wholesome intentions in the sense world sphere, in the form world sphere, and it is called the punyabhi sankhara. Means danamaya, silamaya, and bhavanamaya. This is consisting of generosity, consisting of morality, consisting of meditation, also makes the other pupils recite their lessons. So when volition starts to work on its object, it sets the associated states to do their own tasks as well. The volition is the most significant mental factor in generating karma, since it is volition that determines the ethical quality of the action. Intention or volition, as I said, included in the state of mind. It is called Chetasika in Pali. When greed, hatred, and delusion are the roots of consciousness, we may call this unwholesome consciousness. Okay. And when the non-greed, non-hatred, and non-delusion are the root of consciousness, we may call, and these become unwholesome and wholesome karmas. Wholesome and unwholesome consciousness constitute karma, and volitional action. The karma is volitional activity associated and unwholesome chittas. In Abhidhammata Sangha literature explains 4 different types of karma by a way of function, by way of by or time of ripening and place of ripening. So by way of function, there is a productive karma, support destructive karma, destructive karma, and by order of ripening, Veti karma, death proximate karma, habitual karma, reserved karma. Time of ripening immediately wholesome karma, fine material sphere wholesome karma, and immaterial sphere wholesome karma. So ये सब कुछ तो मैं अभी एक्सप्लेन नहीं कर सकता क्योंकि समय की कमी होने की वजह से. तो जनक karma means it is a wholesome or unwholesome volition which produces the resultant mental states and karma born materiality both at the moment of rebirth, linking, and during the course of existence. और उपथम्ब का कम्मा मीन्स द सपोर्टिव कम्मा. ये वो कम्मा होते हैं कि जो पहले अगर कोई कुशल कर्म कर रहा है या कुशल कर्म कर रहा है तो उसी को सपोर्ट ही करके आते. This is a supportive karma may contribute to the extension of one's lifespan and ensure that one is healthy and well provided with the necessities of life. When an unwholesome karma has exercised its productive function by causing a painful disease, other unwholesome karma may support it by preventing medicines from working पीड़ा का कर्म ये होता है कि जो पहले से अगर कोई कर्म कर रहा है तो उस कर्म का जो कर्म यानी डिस्ट्रक्टिव कर्म कहा जाता है कि जो अगर कोई कर्म है तो उसके पूरे इफेक्ट को निकाल देता है. तो उसके कुछ उदाहरण अगर हम देखने जाएंगे तो जैसे कोई चोर अगर चोरी कर रहा है तो उसने एक कर्म किया तो उसके पहले भी अगर कोई चोरी के कर्म होंगे तो एक साथ आ जाते हैं तो उसको उसका इफेक्ट एक साथ मिल जाता है. तो वो पूरा पहले अकुशल कर्म उसके इस अकुशल कर्म को सपोर्टिव कर्म का काम करते रहते हैं. उपपीड़ा का कर्म इस तरह से होता है कि जैसे कोई व्यक्ति मनुष्य का जन्म लेता है चलते रहता है उसके कुशल कर्मों की वजह से वो लाइफ तो उसको मिली, लेकिन उसके पहले अकुशल कर्म ये इस तरह से होते हैं कि उसके वो उस कुशल कर्मों का असर कम कर देते हैं और वो उसका उपपीड़न करते. तो इस वजह से उसका जैसे कुछ समस्या निर्माण होना, अंग में कुछ भेद होना इस तरह से हो जाता है. एंड घातक कर्म यानी इस तरह के कर्म होते हैं कि जो एक ही साथ कितने भी कुशल हो या अकुशल कर्म हो तो पिछला कोई इस तरह का कर्म आता है कि उसके उस कर्मों का जो असर है उसको निकाल देता है. जैसे अंगुलीमाल का हम उदाहरण ले सकते कि जिन्होंने बहुत सारे लोगों की हत्या की थी, लेकिन इस कर्म की वजह से उसके पूरे जितने भी पहले कर्म थे वो निकल गए और वो बाद में अरहंत स्टेज तक पहुंच जाते हैं. ठीक है, और भी इसमें अनहोलसम कर्म है, अनहोलसम कर्म, लेकिन समय नहीं है तो कोई बात. धन्यवाद. कोई प्रश्न है?
Good afternoon. Sincere thanks to the organizers for giving this opportunity. I'm going to speak about the karma theory and Hinduism with special reference to Bhagavad Gita. All scholarly presentations have already spoken about karma. I'm not going to delve much into that. Next slide, please. Hinduism is not the exception in the religious faiths which give most importance to karma. And we get its glimpses right since the Upanishads, we get its glimpses. With the Ayurvedic texts. It is going to take the reference of the Ayurvedic texts, but there is a humble confession that I am not an expert in Ayurveda. However, whatever I could relate with the Bhagavad Gita and the Ayurvedic texts, I have just tried to delve into that. Next slide, please. Karma and its relation with the physical health. So we are going to talk about next. Yes. Bhagavad Gita basically talks about the driving forces of the karma as the three gunas or the three attributes, sattva, rajoguna, and tamoguna, and how they inspire or motivate each action that the individual performs. Next slide, please. Concept of three gunas. So these are the three attributes which define the personality of any individual. They not only dominate or they try to suppress, every guna tries to suppress the other two gunas, and depending on that, the individual delves into any action. Not only that, these gunas also influence his faith, his habit of charity, also the food habits, like the sattvika tendency, if a person has, he will like to eat the food that nourishes the life, that will nourish his intellect, vigor, happiness, that is full of rasa. Or the rajasika tendency person, he will like to eat the food which is spicy, sour, salty, which may lead to diseases. So that this can be clearly understood that even the food habits, depending on these gunas, how they affect the health of the individual. Next slide, please. Correlation between these three attributes and 5 gross elements or the Pancha Mahabhutas, we can see that predominantly the Pancha Mahabhutas or the 5 gross elements have the effects of these gunas, like Akasha is predominantly Sattva guna, Vayu, Rajo guna, Prithvi, Tamo guna, Agni, combination of Sattva and Raja, and Jala, combination of Sattva and Tama. Then we move on to the next slide, please. The concept of three doshas, which is dealt with in the Ayurvedic texts, which is basically Vata, Pitta, Kapha, which has also been talked about in brief in previous presentations. But then these three doshas, they comprise the health of the individuals as per the Ayurvedic texts. And it is seen that these three also have the relation with the 5 gross elements, like Vata is Vayu and Akash, Pitta is Agni, Kapha is Prithvi and Jala. Depending on these two, like 3 gunas related with the 5 gross elements and 3 doshas related with the 5 gross elements, we can definitely, next slide please,
definitely go to understand the relation between the three doshas and the three gunas. Like we can say that the Vata is Rajoguna and Sattva-guna, Pitta Sattva-guna and Rajoguna, Kapha Sattva-guna and Tamoguna. Now, how Ayurvedic texts look at this? As we can see that in the Charaka Samhita, there are the reasons of Unmada or epilepsy are discussed. And in that, Charaka gives the 5 types of epilepsy, in which he says that the first 3 types are clearly depending on the Vata, Pitta, Kapha, and they are caused to the persons who have mainly the absence of Sattva Guna. So this relation, which has not been established clearly in the Bhagavad Gita, because Bhagavad Gita mainly deals with the philosophical aspect of three gunas. But if we are trying to stress it like that, we definitely can understand that how three gunas and three doshas and their origin from the 5 gross elements affects our physical health. Then to conclude this, next slide. Next, please. I'm skipping this Prajna Parada. Next, please. Next slide, please. Anyway, if this slide is being displayed, I would like to just spend 1 minute on that. Charaka Samhita speaks about Prajna Parada, which is clearly about the action that if I am committing any mistake, knowingly or unknowingly, it is going to affect my health. And Prajna Parada is obstacle in the wisdom, that or obstacle in the intellect, that a person is committing a mistake and then he is suffering with some disease, and then he has to many a times he blames the destiny or God that why I'm suffering with this kind of ailment or disease. But then Charaka clearly mentions that it is not any other force but our own karma that shapes our health or affects our health. Not happening? Okay. So to conclude on this physical health, what Bhagavad Gita speaks about is a very famous verse, Yuktahara viharasya, Yukta cheshtasya karmasu, Yukta swapnava bodhasya, yogo bhavati dukkhaha. That whenever a person is watching over his actions very carefully, then he can definitely control the dominance of the other 2 gunas than the sattva guna, and he can to some extent control his health, or he can save himself from getting sickness or illness. Then we come to the next part, or the second half of my paper, which is concerned about the mental health. Again, here the Trigunas play very vital role, because Bhagavad Gita distinguishes clearly between Sattvika Karma, Rajasika Karma and Tamasika Karma. Also the Karta, who is Sattvika, Rajasika and Tamasika. I have in detail described the characteristics, but as you are not able to see the slides, I'll just brief it that whenever the prescribed karma or the action that is prescribed to me by my scriptures or by the authentic sources of my religious faith are performed by me, then it is considered as a sattvika karma. Also, the element of detachment is very much appreciated by Bhagavad Gita, as we all know popularly that it is said Nishkama Karma Yoga. Whenever we talk about Nishkama Karma Yoga, we often say that karma karo or phal ki apeksha mat karo, but it is just a partial understanding of the statement, because apeksha ke bina karma nahi hota. Whenever we expect something, we are driven towards that karma. But the in detail understanding of this statement is whenever I perform a karma, I have to be careful enough not to manipulate the fruit of that action. That there are certain things which are beyond my control. I cannot just keep complaining about them. I am doing my best to present whatever thoughts I have in my mind and in this paper, but you are not able to see because of the technological defect, then forget it. I cannot just control it, or I cannot just alter it. I am not trying to manipulate the fruit of my karma, that is presentation of this paper. That's how the Nishkama Karma Yoga works. Further, when we talk about this Sattva Guna, Rajoguna, Tamoguna, Bhagavad Gita also says that these gunas not only define how the person is going to behave or have the health conditions in his life, but also it determines which birth he will take further. That Sattvika person, or who is more in the dominance of the Sattva Guna, exactly at the point of his death, he gets the liberated, or he gets the birth at least in a family where he can continue with his spiritual sadhana and continue with the noble path. The person who is under the dominance of the Rajoguna will accordingly will remain in the Manusha Yoni only, and he will suffer from the consequences of the Rajoguna. And Tamoguna, the person who is under the dominance of Tamoguna will definitely go to the birth of the insect or the animal. That is what is clearly mentioned in Bhagavad Gita. Then, of course, about beyond the control of the three gunas or beyond that domain, Bhagavad Gita is also speaking about the karma from the purview of the sense organs. Just 1 minute to conclude. Sense organs which drag the mind and which take us to the temptations, and then the person is likely to commit any karma that we categorize under the sinful karma or the wrong action. But when we talk about that, Bhagavad Gita clearly says that one has to watch over his karmas and one has to train the mind to control the sense organs rather than getting controlled by the sense organs. In that, Bhagavad Gita says your intellect, your soul, your all thought process plays a very important role. So whenever any individual is performing any action, he has to save himself from the three traps. Which are the three traps? It is Lobha, Krodha, and Moha, illusion, greed, and anger. Because these are the chains that keep on taking the person towards the degradation. And therefore, to avoid this downfall, he has to watch over his actions. There are a lot of things to say, but due to time constraint, I would like to say that whatever thing we talk about the rebirth or whatever is happening to us after the death is something which is clearly not proven or understood in the right sense of the term. We can just infer about that. But what we can deal with is this life. In the present, what are we doing and how we are getting affected by it mentally or physically? So we have to watch over our actions, and we have to take care that they will lead us to the healthy and happy life. Thank you so much.
So good afternoon. It's already 12 o'clock, more than 12 o'clock. सबसे पहले तो खाना शुरू नहीं हुआ है क्योंकि इनॉग्रेशन फंक्शन बाकी है. So don't leave the place. Second thing, our sincere apologies to the speakers, some of you who could not listen it properly, and the people who are trying to see us on the YouTube and Zoom because of some technical glitches. But I'm saying that we'll correct all this, and we will have wonderful YouTube videos of the whole proceedings of today and tomorrow, which we'll be sharing with you and which you can share with your friends. So that will compensate the problem which we have faced. In the first session, obviously the one thing which I would like to tell you that the basic aim of this conference is to bring the Jain scholars with Sumandip University. Yes, most of us are Jain scholars from JS and other places. But this is the place, this is the university, which is a health university. More than 4,500 students are here, and many of them are Jain students. And not only that, there is a flexibility, there is a zeal of doing something in this university. So what I can tell you to the scholars over here is that you have a wonderful platform over here if you really want to do the research activity, which is need of the day. Because when you want to teach your children, the next generation, they're asking for the evidences. And if there are no evidences available, they will go away from the routine things which we believe in. So we are going to do a lot of research activities in this university. Two things, again, my two more apologies that because of the time constraint, we have not been able to introduce the speakers in detail. Obviously, none of the speakers need introduction. But yes, Dr. Kumar Pal, Dr. Rajpal, Dr. Jivraj, they don't need an introduction. They are the world-renowned Jain scholars. That is good enough for me to introduce all of them. हमने सम्मान भी बीच में नहीं रखा है because we wanted to use the maximum possible time. क्योंकि Statue of Unity भी देखने के लिए जाना है. तो एक चीज़ और कहना चाहता हूँ कि some of people who have not registered previously and we have not been able to buy the tickets for SOU. So, you know, SOU is on online. We cannot accommodate those people. So we have a list of the people who are going for SOU. Their tickets are taken because you are supposed to show your I-card there. A lot of security reasons are there, which we can check during the lunch hours. In the first session, we had a wonderful presentation on the theory of karma and its effect on the health. There are people who talked about the neural pathway. There are people who talked about the hormonal pathway. There are people who talked about the biochemical pathway. And there are people like that young lady from MIT. She spoke about the genetic and epigenetic things. So if you have any questions, we'll try to ask the scholar to answer those questions, or you can, during your lunch hours, you can catch hold of these scholars and ask your questions. So that is one possibility. And the other possibility, if you have any questions, we can take over here. I just would like to say that what I have learned from my, basically I am not only I know Jainism well, but I am also a doctor. And how I summarize the whole thing, which many of you can understand, that for any event to happen, there are 5 samavayas which are described in not only Jain philosophy, but Hindu philosophy too. And if I say so, when I take the Purva Karmas, I consider that as a gene. And gene as Swabhava, because there are some genes, as doctors over here will agree, that there are some genes which are mutable, and there are some genes which are non-mutable. And the non-mutable genes, what we usually talk about, the niyati. And the mutable genes are things which can be changed as on today. And that's what some speaker talked about, the epigenetic effect, that whatever genes I have gathered from my previous life also can be changed in my present life. So with this, this understanding of Pancha Samvaya, that is Kala, Swabhava, Purva Karma, Niyati and Pusharth, we can definitely understand the whole gimmick of somebody said about the Swabhava, that includes your Gita, the three gunas that comes with your genes. So I think we had a wonderful discussion. I'm sure that we are enlightened more than what we were enlightened. And in the second session, we had a wonderful presentation, though there were some problem with the presentation. But what we think as a Jains, 8 type of karmas, and then Gati karmas and Agati karmas, and their varieties are subtype 120 types or 158 types, and how they affect our present life and the future life. But there are views which are presented by the other religion, and as Dr. Kumar Pal and others have explained, Dr. More has explained that how the karmas are looked into the Buddhist, the Buddhist and many other traditions. And obviously, we can generally say that the traditions, many traditions only talks about God and their punishment and reward. And there are many traditions who tries to explain the intricacies of the karmas from one life to the another life, which is commonly seen into Hinduism, Jainism, and Buddhism. So with this, I'm sure we are enlightened a lot. We know that, yes, we just don't want to say that, "Bare bhai karma chhe etle thayun chhe aur karma hai iske liye hua hai." But how does that work in our life is really not only subject of learning, but it's a subject of doing a lot of research. And this is the place where we are going to do a lot of research on not only theory of karmas and many basics things, but also the applied Jainism or maybe applied spiritualism. Let me not use only the word Jainism, but spiritualism. How does the meditation would help us? How does my Samayik would help us? How my Pratikraman would help us? How my fasting would help us? How my various rituals would help me? I understood one of the boy yesterday came to me and he said that he is doing a lot of research on Kamasana and he is a physiotherapist. So he's the right person to understand that what can happen in your body when you're doing Kamasana. So I'm very glad that Sumantip has given us the opportunity to come over here and wonderful hospitality. पहली बार मैंने कोई conference में गया और नीचे बैठ के ऐसे like royal जो शादी में खाना मिलता है ना ऐसा खाना मिला. So I really congratulate the management of Sumandip, and obviously great applause should go to Obviously, all of you are contributing to it and the whole team of the youngsters over here. But obviously, I cannot miss to name Dr. Ashish and Dr. Ghanshyam to put in and his team to put all the efforts to see that we come over here, we enjoy the session, we learn something, we know about Sumandeep, see the Statue of Unity, and also meet tomorrow. So that is a wonderful thing. If you have any questions, please ask. So we are going to please respect all our seniors are coming here, and I've got a small announcement that except Dr. Bhandari and Dr. Pratap Sancheti, we all will sit at the back because we want all the dignitaries coming from the university to occupy the front sofas. And I'm sorry to tell all this, but we have to. So the university's vice chancellor, chancellor, all the people from universities are coming. So Dr. Bhandari and Dr. Pratap Sancheti would be sitting in the front, and all other people. Let's find out how many sofas and places are remaining. Say up, sab aa jaiye aap in. Yeah, and we'll arrange for the function, inaugural function. Please put the chairs over here. 8 chairs to be put over here, and because now you should listen to the main people of the university, how they are going to take up this new department which is going to come up. And I'm sure that there is no health university in the world where there is an associated department of Jainism or Jain philosophy. And I think this is going to be something very unique. Let's, just give our appreciation to Dr. Mansukh Bhai, Dr. Harshad Bhai, Dr. More, the Vice Chancellor. Have they been called? Somebody is going to call them? Please. सब आए तो जरा बहुत जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत करेंगे. आएंगे तभी, अभी नहीं. रिहर्सल किया. चलो मैं एक रिहर्सल करवाता हूँ. By the time they come, you want to feel that this is winter, right? But in winter also you can have the rainy season. Okay, so let's do one exercise before they come. All of you, please. आप दोनों आपके हाथ ऊपर कर दीजिए, दोनों हाथ. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Right hand. Right hand. When I say 1, just tap your other part with when I said 1. When I say 2, use the 2 fingers. When I say 3, 3 fingers. 4 and 5, right? Okay. Close your eyes and you will feel how the rain is coming. Okay. Close your eyes. Say 1. आवाज नहीं आ रहा है, थोड़ा तो आना चाहिए ना. 1, 2, 3, 4. The rain is increasing, right? 4, 5. Yeah, the real rain is coming. So let's expect the people who are coming over here. Doesn't matter if one chair is less, doesn't matter. One of us will sit down. That's no issue. Okay, doesn't matter. That's fine. That's fine, beta. We'll keep one chair. That's right. So meanwhile, if you have any, obviously, sir, I would like Dr. Bhandari to please come over there and give his, because he's known for his critical comments. What is just your expression?
So I'm very happy that Sumandeep is developing this place, Department of Jainism, and we had some discussion yesterday about their vision. They want to develop it as an apex body, a globally top body for research, study, and application of Jainism. So this is a great vision, and this can only be accomplished. Of course, they have a great infrastructure, a lot of facilities. They have a hospital attached, and so on. So this is a very good place to develop it. And Jain Academy of Scholars, which I represent here, has the same objective, same vision. So we have joined hands and we'll try to develop this together, because this is a very big challenge. It is not only research that we want to do here. Of course, there are lots of facilities, and so we chose this karma and health as the first thing. You see, as was mentioned in some of the talks, Nobel Prizes are being given on Jain concepts. But we are not doing anything. It is the outsiders, people in USA and people in Japan, they are doing it. I think we have the potential to do this. And karma theory, according to me, is one such thing. If we can prove even one aspect of it, because actually, frankly, nobody believes in karma. Because two things are clear. If you believe in karma, then you will not do anything wrong. But so much wrong, so much war, so much fights going on. So people obviously, I believe, don't believe in karma. So we have to prove it, actually. Many talks were given this morning. But everything has to be today established scientifically, as far as science can take us. Of course, there may be things beyond science, but that is another thing. And then if people believe in karma, then they will not blame others, because it is their own karma, you see, which is responsible for it. But I see all the time, people accusing others for something wrong which happens. So it is the first thing we have taken, and they have all the great facilities, MRI, fMRI, SPEC, and all neurological experts, all experts in bio. I mean, there were talks given about biochemical changes. So what we ought to do is, as was mentioned, there are 8 types of karmas, and we should find out how the pathways in the body for each karma takes place. I think that is doable. And of course, Dhruti Rathi and others talked about epigenetic effects, that you can change your genes, the mutable genes, by your thought. So that is what Jainism and meditation and our practices of tapasya, penance, and so on. So I think there's a field wide open, but not scientifically established. So here in JS, we have many scientists, many engineers, all kinds of experts, doctors, and so on. I think together we can establish at least some part of it. And I'm really impressed by the infrastructure they have produced at Sumandeep, their vision. And I think they have agreed. that they want to take it to great heights. They are just beginning now. So they'll need scholars. If any of you want to associate with the Sumandeep or Jain Academy of Scholars, you are welcome. And I appreciate the efforts Dr. Sancheti Saab, Dr. Bipin Doshi, and others have made in bringing this workshop. We have learned a lot. Yes. And of course, Dr. Ashish Shah and Dr. Ghanshyam have conducted it very well. So our appreciations to all of you. And thank you very much. We welcome all the dignitaries here. Yes.
So we welcome all the dignitaries from Sumandeep, though they are the host, but we are welcoming them. So with this, who's going to conduct the session, please?
A very good afternoon to all the dignitaries, eminent speakers, guests, HOIs, and my dear colleagues. On behalf of Department of Jain Philosophy and Research, Sumandeep Vidyapeeth, I welcome you all to this national level workshop on theory of karma and its effect on health. Before starting with the inauguration ceremony, we are honored to have Dr. Mansukh Bhai Shah, Honorable Founder President, as the chief guest, and Dr. Harshad Shah, Honorable Chancellor Sumandeep Vidyapeeth, as the guest of honor of the inauguration ceremony. Now, I would like to welcome all the dignitaries on the dais and request the volunteer to escort them. I would like to welcome Founder President Sumandeep Vidyapeeth, Dr. Mansukh Bhai Shah. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to welcome Honorable Chancellor Sir, Dr. Harshad Shah. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to welcome Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Rajesh Bharani, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to welcome Dr. Narendra Bhandari, sir, former scientist of ISRO. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to welcome Organizing Chairman, Dr. Bipin Doshi. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to welcome Scientific Chairman, Dr. Pratap Sancheti. Thank you so much, sir.
The Department of Jain Philosophy is a recent addition. I would like to request Dr. Ashish sir to please come up on the dais. Thank you, sir. The Department of Jain Philosophy is a recent addition which is dedicated to comprehensive exploration and scholarly analysis of Jain philosophy. Committed to fostering a deep understanding of Jainism, the department serves as a hub for rigorous research, intellectual inquiry, and the dissemination of knowledge pertaining to the profound teachings and principles of Jain philosophy. The objectives of the department are to initiate research on various Jain penances, mantras, etc., and its effect on health and lifestyle.
This illuminating workshop focuses on karma theory and its impact on health, participants delved into the intricate connections between actions, consequences, and well being. Exploring the intriguing intersection of ancient philosophy and modern biology, the concept of karma unveils its potential influence on epigenetics. This workshop enlightened the potential implications of karma on lifestyle choices, stress management, and overall health practices. This conceptual bridge between ancient wisdom and cutting edge biological science opens up new avenues for interdisciplinary exploration and understanding.
Faith and prayer are both invincible, but they make impossible things possible. Light symbolizes knowledge, purity, and its dispeller of darkness. If you light a lamp for someone else, it will lighten your path also. Also said by Lord Buddha. So, I would like to invite all the dignitaries on the dais to come forward and light the lamp, and let us seek the divine blessings of Goddess Saraswati by chanting Saraswati Vanna as we begin the workshop. I would like to request everyone to please rise on their places.
या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहार धवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता
या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना
या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्कर प्रभुतिर्भिर्देवैः सदा वन्दिता
सा मा पातु सरस्वती भगवती निशेषजाड्यापहा। Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
Thank you, sir. Grand gestures are nice, but it's the little things like flowers that usually mean the most. So we start with a floral welcome. I would like to request Dr. Bipin Doshi to come forward and present a bouquet of flowers and a token of appreciation to Dr. Mansukh Bhai Shah, Founder, President, SVDU. Thank you, sir.
Next, I would like to request Dr. Pratap Sancheti to come forward and welcome Dr. Harshit Shah, Honorable Chancellor Sir, SVDU, with the floral bouquet and a memento.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to request Dr. Ashish Shah to come forward and welcome Dr. Rajesh Bharani, Honorable Vice Chancellor, SVDU, with a floral bouquet and a gesture of appreciation. Thank you.
Next, I would like to request Dr. Aarti Janwar to come forward and present a bouquet of flowers and a memento to Dr. Bipin Doshi, organizing chairman. Thank you, ma'am.
Now, I would like to request Dr. Cyril Sargent to come forward and present a bouquet of flowers and a memento to Dr. Pratap Sancheti, scientific chairman.
Now I would like to request Dr. Ghanshyam Parmar to come forward and welcome Dr. Bhandari sir. Thank you, sir.
Now, I would like to request Kalp Mehta to come forward and present a bouquet of flowers and a memento to organizing secretary, Dr. Ashish Shah. Thank you, Kalp.
I request Dr. Harshad Shah, Honorable Chancellor, SVTU, our guest of honor today, to offer his thoughts on this two-day national workshop.
Honorable Founder President, Dr. Mansukh Bhai Shah, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Sumandip Vidyapith, Dr. Bharani Sai, my learned friend and colleagues and organizing chairman of this wonderful and informative conference, Dr. Bipin Shah sir, Dr. Sancheti sir, Dr. Bhandari sir, my dear Assis, Dr. Mar, and today it's a great moment for me in particular and for Sumandip Vidyapith to have a unique subject of effect of karma and its effect on human health. I would use also the word health and diseases also, sukarma and dukarma. Today, we are privileged to have personalities like Padma Shri Dr. Kumar Pat Desai Sahib, because I read his all articles since 40, 50 years, right from the day he's writing in Gujarat Samachar. I know Dr. Bhandari Sahib Isro lives in Ahmedabad and a close friend. I know Bipin Bhai Shah for last 25 years since he's associated with me in Siusa Medical College. Dr. Sancheti Sahib, who is always keen, is telephonically insisting me that why can't we do something on MR, that means MRI, magnetic resonance imaging, and changes, biochemical changes. And since that day, I've started working on that. And with help of Dr. Lakhani Sahib, we do MR spectroscopy and MR fluoroscopy. and we'll try to find out hello. And I'm sure that in a due time, we'll able to come out with some on informative aspect of this. Hello. Since hello, hello. Since it is not a new subject, it's going on since ancestor time, but with help of newer technology, pathological, microbiological, biochemical, and imaging science help, I'm sure we'll able to go quite ahead. Our learned Professor Dr. Sudhir Shah has also worked, a world-renowned neurologist, and we work together. And he will enlighten us tomorrow, and we'll have it that advantage also. So thank you again for coming all the way and participating in this important conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I- Now, I would like to request Dr. Mansukh Bhai Shah, Founder President, our chief guest, to offer his blessings for this 2 days national workshop.
Jai Jinendra to all dignitaries on the stage, off the stage, all my respected scholars, Jain scholars. I am proud of my all Jain scholars. Now, Dr. Bipin Doshi is with me since last 25 years. And what our university has started this Jainism course since last 1 year. We are very beginner, or rather than we are zero and thinking for the hero. So I don't know how we can become from zero to hero, and that is only possible, only and only possible with the all of you are my scholars, Jain scholars. Impossible is not a word in my dictionary. Everything is possible when our God and Guru is with us. Nothing is impossible. So it can be possible. Regarding karma, regarding the Jain philosophy, regarding the Jain lifestyle, regarding the Jain diet, like, see, I'll give an example. Charity begins with the home. So the same way, on same principle, all these things have been experimented on my life, and I have got success by way of the health. We can consider diabetes, we can consider my brain stroke, we can consider my weight. Everything has been controlled rather than this achieved only with my Jain and Jain philosophy and Jain lifestyle. So with that thought, the Bipin Bhai and Dr. Ashish were telling me, sir, why should we not host the Jain all scholars in our campus? When I said him, when I don't know the scholars, so how can we? But let's try. If they accept our invitation, that will be great pleasure for us. And I thanks Dr. Bipin Doshi, Bhandari Sahib and Sancheti Sahib. They have happily, on our request, they have accepted. And I am thankful to you, sir, and obliged. Now regarding this karma, that also I am experiencing day to day. But the effect of the karma on the health science, that has to be studied. And for that the workshop has been organized. I praying the God that we'll get something from that and we'll do that. Our university has got a 3 benefits. We have the topmost accreditation authority, NAC, that is have A double plus since last 10 years. Regarding the human resources, we have got the grade 1. I think that is the only university in Gujarat state. And this is the only deemed university having Jain minority in the country also. So with all these things, I am proud of that, but I am not proud of. I am thanking my God that God has made me everything possible. Now this university has got all the facilities regarding the health. So I am requesting Bhandari Sahib and Sancheti Sahib that whatever experiment you want to do, you can do it here with this platform. We are not for the name. We are for the services. And we want to do something because by God help, everything I made it impossible possible. Bipin Bhai is a witness for that since last 25 years. So this will be also possible. So I request all my Jain scholars to participate in this, and I'm thankful to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I would now like to call upon Dr. Ashish Shah for the vote of thanks.
Before Ashish concludes the vote of thanks, let me tell you, Mansukh Bhai is doing Bayasana all throughout his life. He eats only twice a day. And the second thing, he is pure vegan. He doesn't use anything which is a vegan product. And that goes to Dr. Pradeep Shah, who has been over here.
So let me conclude. I'm not taking time more than 2-3 minutes. Being a teacher, first of all, I want to ask, how's the Jose? Maybe you are a past student, but let's cheer our student lifestyle. How the Jose? Yes. One more question I would like. Are you enjoying? Yeah. I hope you have a nice stay over here. We have tried our best to make this convenient for you all. Again, I'm says Michami Dukram, whatever the technical glitches which is happening in previous sessions, I hope that is not happening in next upcoming sessions of tomorrow. We'll try our best for this. With this, I would like to first of all thank our management, Dr. Mansukh Bhai Shah sir, Dr. Dixit Shah sir, Dr. Purveshwar sir, for providing this infrastructure and all this facility. I would like to thank our Chancellor sir, Dr. Harshad Shah sir, our Vice Chancellor sir, Dr. Rajesh Bharani sir, and our special beloved Registrar sir, Dr. Chandramani More sir. Without these three, Chancellor sir, Vice Chancellor sir, and Registrar sir, without their support, the event was not possible. Sir is always supportive to us. So thank you very much, sir. I would like to thank all head of the institution who are coming over here. They have accepted our invitation. We have a institution in our university, and recently we have introduced Department of Jain Philosophy and Research. And apart from this, we have all instituted coming from medical and paramedical branches. We are going to discuss more by research prospectus tomorrow in my talk. So I'm not wasting time over here. Again, I would like to thank my co-colleague, especially Dr. Ghanshyam Parmar and Dr. Pinkal Shah. So Dr. Pinkal Shah is behind the curtain for us. Always the transport and all the facilities, what he is doing is exceptionally, it should be appreciated. I would like to thank all my volunteer team and my fellow colleagues, Dr. Cyril, Dr. Varun, and all volunteers. Without them, it is not possible. I would like to thank hospitality and transport related staff, Mr. Vipul, Ms. Asa Rana, IT department, Mr. Jignesh Joshi, and all his team. Let us cheer for all, like without them, it is not possible. And last, without you guys, it is not possible to arrange all. You are coming all the way to the country for us. So special thank to all of you for coming over here. Thank you very much. I would like to conclude over here. So thank you so much. Yeah, special thanks to Dr. Narendra Bhandari, sir. Let me just tell you one thing. Before 3-4 days, we have meeting with him. I was, surprised. He was telling that his hemoglobin level only 4%. And sir has still given time to us. Sir, we are very, very thankful. Sir was the, keen person to start this type of a thought. Without the thought of sir, it was not possible. Dr. Bhandari sir might, some of you are not aware, he is a ex-scientist of ISRO, and Chandrayaan-1 particularly designed under his team. So we are honored to have you, sir, over here. So I apologize if I'm not taking anyone's name, but all who are contributing in the conference, I thank you very much all. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. As we are coming to an end of inauguration ceremony, I request everyone to please stand for the university song.
हम सुमनदीप के ज्योतिर्धर हैं, हम सुमनदीप के ज्योतिर्धर हैं, ज्ञान दीप की ज्योत जली है, नव सर्जन नव विचार धारा लेकर बहती लहर चली है। हम सुमनदीप के ज्योतिर्धर हैं, मंत्र मिला है मानवता का, स्नेह सभर ममता का, मंत्र मिला है मानवता का, स्नेह सभर ममता का, सेवाव्रत संदेश मिला है सबके प्रति करुणा का, ज्ञान मिला है शिक्षा पाई, सेवा की एक लहर चली है। हम सुमनदीप के ज्योतिर्धर हैं, कर्ज नहीं भूलेंगे इसका जिसने विद्यादान दिया है, कर्ज नहीं भूलेंगे इसका जिसने विद्यादान दिया है, शीश झुका कर वंदन इसको जिसने गौरव का सम्मान दिया है। सौरभ देखो विद्यापीठ की गाँव गाँव बात चली है, हम सुमनदीप के ज्योतिर्धर हैं, हम सुमनदीप के ज्योतिर्धर हैं, ज्ञान दीप की ज्योत जली है, नव सर्जन नव विचार धारा लेकर बहती लहर चली है। हम सुमनदीप के ज्योतिर्धर हैं, हम सुमनदीप के ज्योतिर्धर हैं, हम सुमनदीप के ज्योतिर्धर हैं।